Airport. Oh, have you dropped somebody off, Mark?
Yep. I was just saying, it was a bit of a scary experience driving down Manseth Road and absolutely teeming down. You leave 4 car lengths to the guy in front, and three others decide to fill that gap.
Yeah, it's the big smoke. It's the big smoke for you, Christchurch, Hornby. Well, I hope everyone's good. I'll jump on. I see we're recording, so I'll jump on mute. Morena. Oops, I've unmuted. Morning, Malcolm.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, morena. Hopefully we get back to face soon.
Yeah.
Miss your faces.
Mind you, it's nice not to have to go out in this weather.
Yes.
Stephen, do you mind confirming that we're now? Stephen, do you mind confirming that we're live now, please?
Just checking, and we are, so I'll just load the screen now.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Broughton.
Morena, Sam.
Morning, everyone. How are we?
Good morning, Mr. Ward.
Beautiful day today.
Yep.
Lovely spring weather.
Yeah, the rain's almost stopped here, actually. In fact, it has stopped.
Not here.
Nor here.
Don't hold your breath, David. It's coming.
Morning, Mary.
It's raining here as well, David.
Morning, everyone. Morning.
You're like the odd one out now. I'll go and find some rain.
It's raining here too. It's Springston.
Yes, plenty of rain here overnight as well. It's good for the land.
Sam, I sent you a message, so I hope I'm not going to freeze.
We'll do the best we can, Deborah. And yep.
I'll turn off my video.
Are you on your phone, Deborah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Might be me that freezes. Who knows?
Pretty cold in my office.
I was waiting for it. Too easy.
Too easy. Dad joke.
Might be Bob that freezes. Is it cold up in the high country, Bob?
Oh, no, sun's shining up here. You know, it's great weather. No, yeah, it's really cold.
Mark, I like your background. I've just bought a telescope for my birthday and waiting for a couple of filters to come to be able to dull.
Yeah, well, you won't see this image. You won't see this one, Sam. It's the far side of the moon.
Nice. How did they light it up?
Good question. Large spotlight.
I prefer the dark side of the moon myself.
Or the wall, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Not so much. I know what you're saying.
I do wish you were here, Murray.
Just waiting for Stephen to pull his guitar out and play the songs for you now.
Yeah. Well, the drum kit's behind me.
After all, Sam, today Captain Kirk's returning to space.
Yeah.
Today, is it?
He's 90. William Shatner, nicknamed the Shat.
Was he 90 today? Wow.
Right, it's 10 o'clock. Shall we kick things off? Sophie hasn't joined us yet, but and give an apology for lateness for her. So welcome along to our meeting today. Where are we? 13th of October 2021. Years racing to an end. Hopefully this is the last one of these we'll be doing via Zoom, and our next council meeting we'll be trying to work it into the main council building. It'll mean that there's we'll need to limit or exclude the public from attending in person, but we will still be able to live stream the event, so it'll be accessible to the public. But in order to have councillors in a space where we can have our masks off and remain seated, it needs to be a closed work environment. So just thinking about how we work that through, it'll mean that if there's any public that wants to look and watch on, it'll be that Zoom option, and it'll only be by attendance by appointment only. So you were working away on how that will work out in a couple of weeks' time. The karakia and oath, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, ehi akia nā te atakura, he hio, he huka, he hauhu, te hei mauri ora. Let us today affirm that we as citizens of Selwyn District will always work for the best for our district. I don't actually have it in front of us, in front of me to reach to you, sorry. But may we always use our best intentions to make good decisions. Oh, here we go. I got the first paragraph right. I haven't had to try and learn this off by heart. I probably should have. To always use a gift of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom, and integrity in all our discussions, dealings, and decisions, so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence, and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will.
We will.
We will.
Thanks very much for chucking that up on screen. So apologies, I think Sophie's joined us. So we're a full muster today. Identification of any extraordinary general business. I haven't been made aware of any. David, have you?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing received by me.
Great. Conflicts of interest that people would like to raise that aren't currently on the register. Councillor Alexander and then Lemon.
I will have a conflict of interest with item 8 on the agenda as I am a submitter.
Yeah, sure.
I will be.
I have made a submission.
Excuse me.
To the
Hey, Sarah, you're on
Selwyn District representation.
Sarah Walters. Sorry, thank you.
Sam, I will, to avoid any perception of any participation in that part of the meeting, I'll actually leave the Zoom call and return after that item is complete.
Great, thanks, Mark. Murray?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Just with respect to the water races discussion, item on that agenda, it affects a property owned by my family, so I'll step aside during that discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That'll be noted. There's no public forum today. Confirmation of our minutes from the 22nd of September. Does someone want to move and second? Sophie, you happy to? Oh, sorry, conflict of interest, Sophie, was it?
Yeah, to be honest, it's not a particularly significant one. One of the people on I can't remember what it's called now, where people are leasing bits of land and reserves. Yep. Two of them are being leased by my husband's employer. Not that it's anything to do with me, but I'll sit out if that's something you'd like to. And happy to move minutes if that, yep.
Thank you, Sophie, for raising that. And if you're happy to move the minutes, that'd be great. Deborah, you're happy to second the minutes?
Yes, I'll second the minutes, but just to let you know that the registered district licensing council, so.
Yes. Thank you. Moved and seconded those minutes. Is there any discussion on them? All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, please speak up now. Declare it carried. Were there any matters arising from those minutes people wanted to raise? No, and there's nothing on our matters under investigation. So we move to the representation review. This is on page 16 of today's agenda. It's the submissions, the hearing and the deliberation. So I'll ask David to talk through the process and look at the submissions that have been received before we move to the hearing. And we've got three people who are presenting to us today. David. You're on mute, David. David. There we go.
I'm back with you. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you. By way of filling in the backstory for those who have joined the meeting today, I'll just go through and read from some of the key points from the paper. So the purpose of today's discussion is to allow us to acknowledge receipt of submissions that were received and also to facilitate the hearing and deliberation process on those submissions. So at its meeting of August 25, Council passed a resolution on the recommendation of the Representation Review Committee, and it was that resolution which was the basis for the consultation which we have just completed. And at its meeting of September 14, Council resolved that full Council hears and deliberates on submissions. So again, what we're doing today is hearing and just deliberating on the key points that submitters raised. Council's consultation process, so there was initially a pre-consultation process undertaken. We had 106 respondees to that. And my screen's jumping all over the place. Our main consultation process was from the period 3 September through 4 October. During this period, we had 6 drop-in clinics. We promoted the proposal on our website and we included live streaming of the event. And while the attendance at the drop-in clinics wasn't that great, we did receive 575 recorded visits to the website during that engagement process, the most prominent being through a period of 10 and 11 September where we had some fairly heavy promotion. After today, Council will receive a final report for consideration at its scheduled meeting of the 27th of October and will notify the Local Government Commission no later than the 10th of November. So, Mr. Mayor, we've got 3 speakers coming to us today at 10:30, 10:40 and 10:50, although I noticed some of those people are already on screen, so we may well get to them early. But what I thought I'd do is just highlight some of the key points from those submitters who aren't speaking. So I am on page, the first submission, Mike Johnson, is on page number 19. He says West Melton gets ignored. We're closer to town than Melbourne, so why lump us with them? Next submitter, Paul Hamilton, does support the proposed changes to the boundary, does support the proposal to retain Melbourne Community Board with 5 members, and said if West Melton is moving into the Melbourne Community Board, then we must ensure there is representation from West Melton on that board. Submission number 3 from Brian Donnelly does support the boundary changes, doesn't support the proposal to retain the community board, says he believes council has too many representatives for such a small region. Submitter number 4 is Jason Clements, does not support the proposed changes, said we should be looking to maintain representation rates rather than reducing them, but does support the proposal to retain Melbourne Community Board with 5 members from 3 subdivisions. Respondent number 5 is Tim Skur, and Tim is going to speak to us in respect to his submissions on pages 23 and 32 of the agenda concurrently. Tim will be the third of our presenters this morning. Bridget Caldwell does not support the proposed changes to the ward boundaries. She said in West Melton we probably predominantly do a lot of our business schooling in the Rolleston area, but she does support the board proposal with 5 members from 3 divisions. Chris Archbold does not support the changes, wants to remain as we are for West Melton as part of the Rolleston ward, but does support the community board with 5 members from 3 divisions. Sarah Walters is respondent number 8, and Sarah is going to be speaking to us shortly. Wayne Stewart is number 9, does support the proposed changes to the ward boundaries, says he's very concerned about losing local advisory committees. Rolleston Residents Association were scheduled to present, or identified that they were going to present, but they are not able to do that. But just reading the key points, they don't support Council's choice of map that was adopted as a preference. The committee preferred map 2, as this includes the community of interest of Rolleston as an entirety rather than splitting off areas that look to Rolleston and their town to associate with. Does support retention of Melbourne Community Board, and comments at the bottom are concerned that new developments in Rolleston are going to be left out of Rolleston, particularly the ones by West Rolleston School. Michelle Jones is our first presenter this morning. She's number 11. Number 12, Alicia Young-Ebert from the Federated Farmers on behalf of their members, and key paragraph is the bottom, key sentence is the bottom of the paragraph on question 10. Our members will accept and support Council's recommendation to adopt option 1, which will include 4 wards with at least 2 councillors in each ward, and on behalf of our Selwyn members, confirm their support to retain the Melbourne Community Board. Submitted 13 is Tim Skur, and as I said before, Tim's going to speak concurrently to his 2 presentations. And respondent 14, Mark and Linda Alexander. I'll just paraphrase some of the very detailed submission that everybody's read. We agree that 10 councillors will provide appropriate representation for the residents of Selwyn District. We do not agree that Council's proposal is the best restructuring of the wards in the Selwyn District. We believe option 2, 3 wards with 10 councillors, is a better option and is the option Council should adopt. Talk about communities of interest and say when deciding the size of wards and their boundaries, communities of interest should not be split. Talk about West Melton, the community of interest for residents of the West Melton Township, and the rural community is not Melbourne Ward nor is it Darfield. These residents associate with Rolleston and the Selwyn Central Ward. Talk about community association with Whedon's School. Top of the next page, talk about reducing the effectiveness of representation that councillors provide, and also note that the community board will have to cover an extended area. Go on to say towards the end of that next, or middle of that next paragraph, the better proposal option 2 addresses many of the issues that they have raised in their submission. They say information presented to Council's Representation Review Subcommittee was that option 2 was supported by more residents than Council's initial proposal. And finally, under question 13, request that Council reject the initial proposal and instead replaces with option 2. So, Mr. Mayor, that is a summary of the submissions that are received. We have scheduled presentations from Michelle Jones at 10:30, Sarah Walters at 10:40, and Tim Skur at 10:50. And I'm wondering if we were, and I note Sarah is here already, and I just wonder if it might be appropriate to allow Sarah to start her presentation now.
Yeah, we'll check with Sarah whether she's happy to do that. But first of all, David, can we just confirm the process for today again? So we're running through this hearings process. We'll then have our deliberations, but the final decision actually needs a future council meeting. So the deliberations today are to provide that direction to staff about the things that need to be captured in the report to be able to confirm to the Commission our final decision. Is that correct?
Yeah, very clearly that is correct. It's around hearing and deliberation on submissions received and any further information ahead of the discussion on the 27th, which is when Council makes its final adoption. And bearing in mind the process that Council went through to get to the formulation of the recommendation at its meeting on the 25th of August, which followed work by the Representation Review Subcommittee, pre-consultation, which there were 106, I think it was, respondents that we got from that, and the recommendation of that subcommittee to Council.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to all the councillors that showed up, and Stephen and his team for the Rep Review meetings that were held. We did a good job at outnumbering those that were there, and you turned up on force to be able to explain to anyone that showed just our thinking and the decision framework that we're working through. So let's move on then to Sarah. If you're there, Sarah Walters, can you confirm that you're okay to do your submission to us now?
Mr. Mayor, the other option is we just wait until 10:30 when the first of our scheduled speakers is ready, and we move to the next item on the agenda.
Well, I see Michelle Jones has just jumped online as well. Michelle, thank you for joining us. We're running a little bit ahead of time. Are you happy to jump into your submission now? Rather than rushing ahead with anything else on the agenda, David, I think now that we've got two presenters here, we'll just wait for them to have their computers sorted and deal with this item that we're in at the moment.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So just while Michelle's getting ready, just remind everybody that her submission is on page 29 of today's agenda.
Michelle, if you're there, going to turn your screen on, and would be happy to take your submission now.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Michelle. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. This is our first time working through submissions online like this, so it may be your first time as well. And we've got some patience around trying to make this work today and understand the difficult situation that it is not being able to be in person. So thank you for joining us. If you'd like to jump into your submission, be happy to listen to the things that you've got to say. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, and councillors have your written submission in front of them. It's on page 29, councillors. Michelle, I'll hand to you.
Awesome. I really just wanted to say that I actually support the map that the council has chosen. I recognise that it was a really difficult position to make with the numbers. It's quite frustrating that we can't, make provision for future growth, particularly within suburbs like Rolleston. But I just wanted to say I thought that you guys had made the best use of what you had in front of you, considering the legislation. So that's all I really wanted to say.
Right. Thank you for that. Councillors, are there any questions that you have of Michelle and her submission? No, Michelle, we appreciate you taking the time to tell us. Obviously, the numbers that we've received back and feedback has been low, so it's actually really good to have to hear something and for you to take the time to feedback to us. Councillor Miller has a question for you.
Sure.
Good morning, Michelle. I noticed on question 12 that you support community boards again. Is that something that you're keen on or want to see further, or just a comment?
It was just a comment. One of the problems that council has, which Sam's just alluded to, is that you've got a lack of engagement with your community. Now, I'm not blaming council for that. I actually think it's the community that needs to become more engaged. There's no point arguing it after it's already been decided when you've got an opportunity to be proactive. What I observe from, say, the Melbourne Community Board is that they go out into the communities, and it's just another piece of the web, particularly considering how committees are being reformed from council as well. You can't separate that out. Does that answer your question? I think I've lost you.
Unmuted. My apologies. Getting it done. I have a very good internet connection. Yes, that does. Thank you very much.
Right, Michelle, thank you for that. And we're going to consider your submission along with the others once we have heard from them, and a final report will be back to council in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you for joining us today.
No problem. Have a great day.
Our next submitter is Sarah Walters. Sarah, if you are online, do you want to unmute yourself and you can turn your video on, and we'd love to hear from you. We might have to come back to this item because I think Sarah's scheduled for 10:40 here, David.
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Mayor. So that's another 20 minutes away.
Okay, so let's move on to some of the other items on the agenda and just allow those presenters the time that they may require to be prepared for the time that we've given them. So we'll just adjourn this item and we'll come back to it at 10:40 or just before. So moving on to item or tab 9 on today's agenda is my report. This covers off a number of things that have been going on that I wanted to make you aware of. I think firstly, really want to acknowledge Gavin King and the work that he has done in our community, not only as just a great contributing member, but as a leader who has stood up when things needed to be done. He wasn't shy at taking the lead and will be sorely missed by the community. He was also the chair of the Hororata Akaron Rural Water Supply, and it was a subcommittee of council. And the night before he passed away, he'd called a meeting of that group to meet with local councillors and our staff to talk about Three Waters reform. So continued to be very active. Our community committees have had a lot of discussion recently. Oh, Mark is back. Great, thanks, Mark. Our community committees discussion has had a lot of interest and a number of workshops have been held. Thank you to councillors who have turned up to those and provided listening ears, but also been able to talk into some of the questions that many in the community committees had as they approached that, and we wait to see the future report there. I think one key piece of feedback that I received from those meetings, and I think I've shared it with us, is that dealing with this side of Christmas is preferable to dragging it out into March. So looking for the final reports to be with us either late November, early December, to provide that clarity rather than it heading further. And David, do you have something on that? You're on mute, David.
Confirm that Denise and I had a chat about that matter yesterday, and we will be bringing the report this side of Christmas.
Great, cool, thank you. The Future for Local Government interim report was released last week. There are a number of things in there that lay out the next steps for the panel. There's sort of been two schools of thought on the report. One is it doesn't go far enough, and the other is that it actually opens up lots of new pieces. It's not the final report. It was a scene-setting report to chart the course and confirm the scope for the Future for Local Government, and I think it's done that quite well. It's opened up conversations that weren't part of the initial terms of reference. It talks about education and health as being, and identifies those two specifically, as being things that are delivered locally that impact locals that currently are decided well away from the local setting. And it asks 5 key questions and identifies how those 5 will look to be answered over the next 12 months or through to the middle of next year. We can expect future engagement from the panel members themselves, and they're looking to visit each council either remotely or in person early in the new year. The Local Government Resource Management Steering Committee has been formed by Minister Parker. He's called a group together to feed into cabinet papers and early decision making to feed up from the local government sector. There's 2 of us from Canterbury who are on that, myself and Stephanie Ricksetter, who's the Chief Executive of Environment Canterbury. Part of my role there enables David and Tim, so our Environmental Services Manager and CE, to also be aware of what those conversations are and feed into the conversation through me. That means that my role there is far more than just me, but actually provides wider cell and context and some of the expertise that is within our organisation, and will hopefully add value to that as well. And on that, Minister Parker met with the Canterbury Mayoral Forum virtually on Monday, and talked through 2 things: essential fresh water and the resource management work. I'd say the mayors were pleasantly surprised at the ground up nature of Minister Parker's desire to see change occur. He reinforced the value of the Canterbury Water Management Strategy and working locally with farmers, locals and iwi, which was a reversal from what I've heard from him before about the way he wanted things to work. He was very quick to say that he's not really interested in local government reform, and this is about trying to get things right and at the right level, not just about how we change up the way things are. And in the water space, Neil and Ashburton are presenting some extra work that they've done along the lines of what it means to have nitrate levels capped and land use change over time. Minister Parker was also keen to talk about, also reaffirmed that change in a generation was intentionally grey, and it was more about thinking about the transition and continual improvement than it was about a deadline to meet change. So the things that he was saying, I think, reflects the feedback that we've actually given him, and was good to hear. In the resource management space, the conversation focused again on it's felt like it's a top-down heavy approach, jumping straight to a regional spatial planning. And we asked about where district councils fit into that, and also where sub-regional planning might fit, given all the work that's gone into the Greater Christchurch Partnership. And again, he was really open to that being the way that it would be formed, and he saw that having some regional structure would lift some of the more mundane and some of the heavier things that sit on councils up to a regional level, so they wouldn't need to be continually discussed and rediscussed locally, but that then councils could get on with implementing where locals wanted to see change and things happen. And he also said he was keen to lift the prominence of elected members above planning staff, and said the current system favours planning instruments and planning staff, and there can be some councils have hidden behind that. I don't think we have. I think we've got really good relationships with staff who have been, I think a district plan review shows how open our staff are to work with what the community wants. But some councils across the country don't have that luxury, and things have been controlled internal to the council, and he's wanting to see that elected members don't just have to wait for a district plan review to see the changes that they need to see implemented for the community. So again, some of the I think the fears that many of us had going into, as mayors going into that conversation, were able to be, the conversation took a different route, which was pleasing to hear. And we're waiting obviously for the next stages of the resource management reform before we know more there. Zone 5 and 6 is due to meet tomorrow, and it'll be an interesting discussion there. There's obviously a variety of views, and water has been top of everyone's agenda recently. There's LGNZ's called a full meeting with mayors and chief executives on Monday next week to try and allow some key discussions to be had by the whole group, rather than some of the things that are kind of being said in small pockets at the moment. So the zone meeting is a chance for those in the South Islands to get together, and really looking forward to that discussion covering a wide range of things such as the transition and health, the RM and the essential fresh water, as I've discussed. Infometrics will be presenting, as well as a number of other presenters over the 2 days, and Jenny Gallagher's been our appointee to come with me there, and David will be there also. The water reform letter is attached to my report, and you can read that, and thanks for the info that went into that, and those on our own working group, and also our staff behind the scenes. And lastly, I'll just note that Te Taumutu Runanga have appointed a new CE Kaihotu, Kia Haupapa. He has got a wealth of experience, and Friday week ago spent the morning with him, driving him around Selwyn and showing him some of the key parts. Generally, we're split over 2 days, so we went up through Porters, saw some of the mountains back through Coleridge, and then some of the small towns. And our next visit is more in the Ellesmere space and around the lake, as well as some of the key. We did the industrial part of Rolleston, but we've got some of the other key parts in Rolleston around our own community facilities to see. Kia isn't from Taumutu, he's from the North Island, so some sort of scene setting around who we are and an understanding of that I thought was important to kick the relationship off well. And you can see the rest of the meetings that I've attended in that report too. So if you've got any questions, more than happy to answer them. And Deborah, you're first up.
Thank you. Just with the reform of local government, interesting to note that the way that you've just explained it is that we have two ministers that seem to be coming out with different messages, I guess, one with regards to the 3 water reforms, who's also the Minister of Local Government, and then another minister who is looking at the future of local government and what it's going to look like, and doesn't want that particular, change or too much change with regards to local representation. I just want to highlight that because this consultation process, you said it's going to be around about November 22, and our local body elections are normally October or September, October 22 for another 3-year period. So where do you see their legislation coming forward with regards to consultation? Do you think that it will take 3 years or less than 3 years with the local government elections being held next year?
Are you talking future for local government, Deborah?
Yes.
So that's due to land, I think September, actually, the month before our elections next year. The feedback to the panel has been, and to the minister, why don't you do that late October into November so that it doesn't become a distraction during election time. Then the implementation will happen after that, and there's not long before the government has their own elections, and it'll be interesting to see what they try and implement or change straight away. But I'm guessing that many of the things that the panel come up with will be quite complex and won't be just turn them on tomorrow type ideas. So that there will be quite, I think it'll be years of how that change may occur. I think what I heard from Minister Parker was that while reform and change may be going on, that's not his driver for the changes that he's trying to make. Protection for the environment and a better resource management system are his 2 key drivers, and it just so happens that that may result in some structural change, but that's not If you don't read too much into that, because that's an outcome of the process, not the driver for the process. I think that, I think the danger is that we're going to have 2 or 3 pieces of work that could end up with very different boundaries and different shapes of organisations required for decision making that won't be as efficient as it could have been if we'd had the review for local government done first, thinking about those bigger items and then flowing out from it. So at the moment, health, education, policing all have different boundaries. In the Canterbury space, their lines don't match up, and local government lines don't match up with those. And it could be that if we have waters matching in Ngāi Tahu Takiwā, resource management looking at a regional boundary as they're currently defined, those 2 don't match up again. So it would seem a shame to miss an opportunity to talk about alignment of boundaries. They don't have to be the same, but there can be some benefits of having them the same.
But can we get that message back to central government, exactly what you've explained, about the changes that need, and how's the democratic process going to work with these changes, basically, with the local people having a local voice? Just curious about the roadmap of what this government is actually putting forward, so we can go out and talk about it with our communities, because at the moment I'm finding it very fragmented and very confusing.
Yeah, agree, Deborah. And I've shared that both with Minister Mahuta and Minister Parker, so they're aware of that. At the moment, one's at select committee and the other's at an external panel. So they don't have the answers. We don't have the answers because they don't have the answers because they're currently working through the process. Sophie.
Thanks, Sam.
Sorry, my mouse died there. So I was just going to say, I remember a good year or so ago, I think it was Councillor Miller laid down a challenge for Mayor Sam to take on some leadership roles and speak for Selwyn as part of, one of the larger districts in South Island, and just wanted to acknowledge that you're seriously doing that, and it's really good to see. And those jobs seem to keep on coming to you now, which is great. So people are obviously acknowledging the valuable input that you're putting in there. Aside from that, I was kind of going to ask as well, with the Zone 5 and 6, have they looked at doing any kind of live streaming for people who can't attend in person yet? Because that, not just because I'd quite like to listen in, but just in terms of alert levels and everything else, how are they going with that for that?
We did do that at the beginning and actually questioned whether or not we hold the meeting at all in person. The overwhelming feedback that it should be done in person. And then once we decided that everyone wanted to be there, and we've had to limit numbers in the end from some councillors attending from around the island who wanted to be there, which is it's just the space that we're in, and we didn't want to have a meeting where you end up trying to juggle between those in the room and those online. So I don't think that there's going to be any electronic way of being a part of it. Sorry, but I could check with Sean who's set that up. Thanks, Sophie. And thanks for your kind words as well. Thank you. David.
Mr. Mayor, just for the information of elected members, the Future for Local Government interim report, which was released in the last week, we're currently preparing a summary of that, which will be circulated to you all for your weekend reading.
I should say on that summary as well, I've actually read it to an audio. I was going to try and create a podcast. I love listening to things rather than reading them if I can help it. And in the car, that's a good way to do it. It's much safer too in the car. And try and have some interviews with Jim Palmer at the beginning, and then break that up into 4 or 5 shorter podcasts. So if you want to listen, I'll be happy to share the recording that I've done with you. I wouldn't say it's perfect. First time an amateur tries to do anything, it never is. And there's no interview with Jim Palmer so far, but I'm happy to share that recording if that's better for you. Shane.
Tēnā rā tātou, morena koutou, acknowledging you, your worship, Sam, David, CEO, fellow councillors, staff, and public that have joined us today, morena. First of all, acknowledging the passing of Gavin King and to his whānau, my sincere condolences. Sam, I guess the most pressing issue for me and from what I'm hearing is really the water reform, and point 7 here on page 43. We now wait for Cabinet's decisions on where to from here before looking at what decisions sit with us. I think, and I'm not, my comments aren't flippant, we need to be really focusing on what will fill that gap, or what, if anything does happen, we need to be proactive in our approach and developing a strategy for that does encompass the 60% perhaps loss of our major assets. So I know staff and councillors, yourself, Sam, are working on that. I think there's huge opportunity in the economic development regionally. We're seeing a lot of uplift in transport and Kiwi Rail, and I think having discussions with various parties in the transport and containerised transport industries will help pave a way forward for industry within our district. We have the most attractive district here. That's obvious in the amount of homes that are going up. We've got 1,000 houses a year for the next 10 years. I'd like to look to sustain that by providing jobs, and I hope more work's going into that. Sophie has mentioned that you are being approached more at a regional perspective, and I know that you're working hard for the economic development. So I urge more conversations around that. Secondly, Sam, I'm just interested to understand whether you garnered any thoughts from the new kaihutu from the Runaka, and congratulations on them for selecting Kia. I've yet to meet him, but just wanting to know if you gleaned any sort of longer term visions of his aspirations for the district and their continued relationships. Thank you.
Kia ora, Shane. I'll start with Kia. I think he's going to be of massive value to both Taumotu and ourselves in that relationship. I'll let him introduce himself proper to you when we're down there, but I am really looking forward to the continued work that we're going to be able to do with Taumotu, and I think they've employed an excellent person for that. I think in the water space that you talked about before, we should be prepared for a decision next week or the week after. It might actually come quite soon. And I'm aware that we're receiving a lot of feedback from our community. I don't think that it's up to us as a council to be the opposition of government. That's up to the opposition in Parliament to be oppositional. I think that we should display displeasure if things change or don't change and continue, where they may go, and that's very good of us, and right of us to do. If we don't agree with something, let's make that known. But in the end, a responsible council, and thinking about all things that we do, not just in the water space, everything that we do as a council fits with New Zealand legislation to deliver the best outcomes for Selwyn. And we need to keep that in mind as we continue to make decisions going forward. Councils that don't work for the best interests of their communities and get caught up in other political discussions or become ineffective end up being replaced by commissioners. And we've seen that in Ecan. We currently can see that in Tauranga. And of course, I don't see it. I don't see that as Selwyn's future, but I just think we need to remind ourselves about what our role is, and it's to implement government decision-making and legislation in the best interests of our people. And so I think the first things that we need to think about, should we hear anything from government, is what does this mean for Selwyn? How do we go about making the most of the opportunity that's put before us, and continue to take a lead to put our best foot forward for our people going forward, and whatever those next steps look like. Yeah, and I think that might come to us soon. I don't know that, but my reading between the lines is that that's probably not too far away, and I wouldn't be surprised. And this is speculation, but I think it's important that, and we're probably all aware of this, that the government may make some decisions to provide certainty, and then say that there's 4 or 5 areas that we've heard quite strongly from local government and from others that don't currently work, and we want to set up some structures to be able to work through those. But we can only do that with the certainty of knowing things are moving forward. It'll be interesting to see what they do come out with, but for all the hurt and pain and work that's gone in so far, I'd be quite surprised if we saw a change in track. But yeah, that's my thoughts for what they're worth.
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you.
Councillors, is there anything else on my report that you'd like to ask? No, I'll move that you receive my report. Is there a seconder for that? Thanks, Malcolm. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Anyone against, please speak up now. Declare it carried. And that brings us to 10:40, and Sarah Walters is online. So if we just get our minds back in the space of hearings for the representation review, and Sarah, I'd ask you to turn your screen on if you can, and turn your microphone on, and we'd love to hear from you. Councillors have your submission in front of them, and we've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation. So yeah, I'll hand over to you, and the floor's yours.
Okay, hopefully you have my screen and sound now.
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool. Right, let me just open up this document. Yeah, kia ora tātou, everyone. I didn't submit on the preliminary consultation initially. I know that there's very clear rules that direct towards a sensible proposal, but when I saw what was presented, I decided it was not a sensible proposal, and that it would be hard to argue that those clear rules were being met. To try and make sense of the decision, I looked further into the documentation, went back through the representation review meeting records, but still didn't find an answer to why that view was chosen. And I acknowledge that the consultation feedback didn't present any strong winners, but it did indicate option 2 of the 3 wards with 9 councillors as the preferred option. And surprisingly, that's not what has gone out for consultation this time round. As I've alluded to, legislation provides clear rules for fair representation based on numbers. Although there is less direction or definition on one of the key considerations, effective representation of communities of interest, one could reasonably interpret that something called communities of interest would reflect communities of interest. I don't doubt that the numbers stack up. However, I would strongly argue that effective representation of communities of interest does not. To me, it seems that the initial proposal takes the well-worn sheep track that follows the lie of the land between the shelter and the water and puts a highway across it. Option 2 of the preliminary consultation with 3 wards and 10 councillors is not perfect in terms of travel and interest, but is a closer representation of reality. The proposal now being consulted on as the initial proposal increases rather than reduces the division between Rolleston and the other areas, and also by that our largest urban area and its surrounds and the more rural areas. When it doesn't follow any other organisational boundaries and it doesn't follow existing patterns of connection, then it certainly doesn't follow communities of interest. While the future growth of the district shouldn't be the focus of this representation review, I think given Selwyn's fast growth, it shouldn't be ignored either. This proposal is pulling on pants that barely fit now and certainly won't fit the bumps and bulges of 3 years' time, let alone 6 years' time, but there's no allowance in the seam. The only advantage of the selected option over option 2 is that it doesn't cut the township of West Melton in half, and I do think that should be avoided. While it is not ideal, potentially application could be made to relax the plus or minus 10% rule to allow West Melton to be considered as one entity within Selwyn Central Ward for this review, which is likely to be overcome by the next review by increasing the number of councillors in Selwyn Central Ward and potentially without increasing or adjusting any significant boundaries. And this has occurred previously. Other options would be to cut what is roughly the Selwyn Central area into 2 wards, with one going, say, north of Lowes Road and to the northern boundary of the district across to the Waimakariri River, and the one going to the south to encompass this extensive growth in that area. My view is that the wards currently proposed do not stack up. There are other options and there are other better options. I have just been looking this morning at Ashburton District Council's representation, because obviously they share a similar thing with one large town and then smaller towns across the district. And they have 3 very clear wards to me that don't go zigzagging all across the district in a complete schmozzle. So, you know, I know that the districts aren't the same, but it just shows that things can be done in a much clearer way than they are currently. That ends my submission. Any feedback, questions?
Thank you, Sarah, for that. Councillors, are there any questions you have of Sarah? Yes, Sophie, and then Deborah.
Thanks for coming, Sarah. Thank you for speaking. I guess my main question is, on balance, would you prefer that we throw out option 1 and go with option 2, or go back to the drawing board?
I think that option 2 also has some issues. So potentially some improvements to option 2, or going back to the drawing board would be my call. Yeah.
Thank you. And Deborah.
Thanks, Sarah, for your submission. Just with regards to going back to the drawing board, when we're looking at communities of interest, from the RMA process, we actually have a Greater Christchurch urban development strategy area that encompasses all of our growth. And then we have outside that, which is a rural area. Would you see that as a clearer boundary, and maybe having a 2-ward structure?
It had occurred to me that a 2-ward structure would be a possibility, and but I think that cutting off all the urban areas and then putting all the rural areas increases that distinct line once again, or even using the highway as a 2-ward structure. We've already got a district that's divided by the highway. So I don't think that either of those options enhances a shared connection across the district.
Thank you. Grant.
Morning, Sarah. Good to have you back on track. There's some good, nice phrases in there, sheep tracks and schmozzles. And
oh, I know how to appeal to these rural councils. Well, no, not appeal.
Just want to make sure that I'm gauging the key issue. Is it around West Melton and the Rolleston? Is that your key issue?
To some extent it is. You know, Rolleston area is not just Rolleston, the township. It's wider than that, and you know, you've got schools that go to Rolleston, or kids that go to Rolleston from around that wider area. You've got people that go there for other reasons, and so to say that Rolleston should just be on its own is not ideal. Everybody's got an interest in what happens there. And that's what made me think about potentially dividing Rolleston in 2, because then it incorporates those people coming in from the north and the south of Rolleston, and still connects the surrounds to that Rolleston area. I do see West Melton as being within Rolleston's community of interest to some extent, rather than into Melvin Ward, but I would, as long as it's not cut through the middle, I think it's not half Melvin and half something else.
Just wanted to sort of make a suggestion. Had you considered that West Melton may be better represented under the new model, because potentially at the next elections they may have a West Melton councillor plus 2 community board members out of West Melton, so there could be enhanced representation under the new model. Had you considered that?
I mean, there may be a councillor that comes from West Melton, but there could be under the current Selwyn Central Ward model, have a councillor coming from there. In terms of the community board, I think that the chairperson generally has a profile to some extent, but there's not much of a profile across the other. And so I see it hard. I find it hard to think that West Melton would be better represented by having a community board that they wouldn't necessarily relate to or engage to, as opposed to having a councillor even if it's a councillor from Rolleston now.
You've been quite hard hitting in question 10, and I guess I should ask you if you want to elaborate agendas and self-interest. Is that something you want to hit us with?
I hadn't actually looked back at my original submission, but yes, I was quite hard hitting, wasn't I? I suppose because it is so far away from the communities of interest, from the option that had the slight preference, and there was no lead into it looking at the representation review minutes and agendas, it just seemed like there was something else at play that didn't reflect any of the documentation otherwise.
Yes, I sort of want to give you an assurance. I didn't see that at the meetings, any agendas or self-interest. So I just was curious where you got that from, but I'm happy to take a punch if it was coming due, but I didn't necessarily see it there, to be honest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Grant, for that. Councillor Ipa, Shane.
Tēnā koe, Sarah. Thank you very much for your submission. Really appreciate you bringing your views today. And all I can think of is, jeepers, where were you at the start of this? We could have perhaps used your input at the start to better form our decision making. I guess obviously you're a Melbourne ward resident. You've sort of answered my question, and Grant's asked that you know your view is more of a district view. Obviously, it is a Melbourne ward view. Do you see benefits in the proposed option at all?
Not really. I struggle to see things as just a Melbourne ward perspective, because it is a district, and the district needs to thrive as a whole, as the region does, as the island does, as the country does. And so I don't think that anything can be seen as just a ward view. I am very close to the boundary with Selwyn Central Ward, and obviously I've had a great deal of interest in the Selwyn Central Ward previously. So only humans see boundaries as arbitrary things. Animals don't, smoke doesn't, the sky doesn't. And while we are forced by legislation to have arbitrary boundaries, I do think that they need to represent how people draw together in a better way than what is currently proposed under option 1.
Thank you. And I think, and with your experience as well, councillors' responsibility is to be aspirational. And when we talk about communities of interest, it's really understanding what those community of interests may look like in the future. And if we talk about a district, really, I guess that's some of the, understanding that I took into this representation review for my first one. And it was a tough job. Balancing everybody's interests out in communities of interest over that period of time. So I guess reflecting on some of the comments in question 10 for me also, and Grant's raised it, was a little bit of a hard pill to swallow when we were so dedicated, I guess, in balancing out that community of interest, what the future looks like, and how we can be better, how we can still keep the representation. And that was something that came through from the Ellesmere ward. And if you look at pages 27 and 30, an individual submission and a federated farmers view was that they supported this.
Sorry, Shane. We're not here to convince Sarah that our view's right. So we're here to listen to Sarah's views and then take them into consideration at a deliberation. So if you've got any closing things you'd like to ask Sarah, feel free.
Community boards, you've voted question 11, proposal to retain the community boards, and you have touched on that already. Do you have
mainly because of the way the
performance?
question was? Yeah, sorry to interrupt there, Shane. The main reason I answered like that is because the question was asked in a way that did I support the community board as it was proposed, and because the community board as it was proposed supported the option as it was proposed, the only way I could answer that was no, regardless of any, and I could have expanded on it in terms of whether I supported the community board or not. I still have very mixed views of that. I think if the community board is retained, then it needs to work better than it does now, that it needs to actually have some teeth and some representation, because and it needs to attract good people to it, to put those teeth into, give them some bite. Just coming back to one of the comments that you did make, Shane, sorry, I recognise that I'm taking up too much time. If you look at the sheep tracks that I alluded to and compare it to the public transport routes, there's a bus service that runs from Rolleston across the district. There's a bus, or Burnham rather, there's a bus service that runs from Leaston through Springs and into the district. And so I think those are kind of the sheep tracks that I'm alluding to as to how the district connects together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Shane, for that. And thank you, Sarah. Any further questions that people have? Sarah, thanks for taking the time today and for the answers to those questions. It helps elicit a bit more information than what you'd initially said. So really appreciate the conversation. We'll have deliberations on this later this morning, and a final report will go to council in the next couple of weeks. So yeah, cheers for taking the time today.
Thanks, guys. And I'm sorry I'm going to have to leave you because the next Zoom call awaits. Have a good day.
See you later. Kia ora, Tim. You're next presenter. Tim, you've got two presentations that you're going to make. Councillors, these are on pages 23 and 32, an individual and a West Melton Association one. So Tim, I'll let you handle the time as you'd like and cover off whichever one you'd like to first. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this conversation, but with the two, we may go over that, and that's okay. And then maybe some questions that councillors have. So you can have the floor, and I'll just hand over.
Awesome. Tēnā koutou katoa. Can I just check my audio is working? Can you hear me okay?
It is. Yeah.
Oh, great. Ko Tim Chua Aho. I am the chair of the West Melton District Residents Association, and thanks for having me along today. Yeah, so we haven't been able to, I'm going to talk about our West Melton Residents Association submission first, and then I'll go to my own personal one, but we haven't been able to, as a committee, discuss this in person. So we've discussed this online, but the result of our online discussion was actually, we were strongly opposed to it. So that's why we put the submission in. And that's why I'm showing up today to talk to you guys about it. And thanks for having me. So like the submission you just heard before, our concern for West Melton relates to the communities of interest. So West Melton, I think, is very much becoming a satellite town of Rolleston. So we have a lot in common with Rolleston. They're just 10 minutes down the road, and a lot of us shop there. Our teenage children go to school there. We go to the pool there. We do sports there. We're just really closely connected to Rolleston, and the proposal is such that it groups West Melton into the Melbourne area and associates us more with the likes of Darfield. It associates us more with Springfield and those towns out that sort of way. And we feel that that's not probably the right move for us. So I'll put my personal submission as well, and then I'll just throw it open for questions. So, my personal submission is actually pretty closely aligned to what the committee put together as well. I've got a young family, I've got teenage children. We shop in Rolleston. We might go to Rolleston 5 times a week. It's just 10 minutes down the road. How many times a week would I go to Darfield? Well, it's probably more something you would measure per year. I might go out that way 5 to 6 times in a year. And, and if I think about any issues that are happening in Rolleston, I really care about things to do with roading, things to do with shopping, things to do with healthcare in Rolleston. Yep, they're really important to me. If it's something happening with the roads in Darfield, or something happening with the water supply in Darfield, it's interesting, but it's not critical. And I think that's kind of a demonstration of just which community my family is associated with. We're more associated, we've got friends, we go to Rolleston all the time, and more associated with that sort of region. So really, that's all I wanted to say this morning, but happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, Tim. Thank you very much for that. Councillors, any questions that you have of Tim? Maybe I'll start with one. It's around the community board, Tim, and if the result stays as it is proposed, then how do you feel about the community board and having representation there?
So if it stayed as it is, then we wouldn't get the community board, is that right?
Sorry, if it stayed as the proposal suggests, then you'd have 2 members on a 5-member community board for Melbourne.
Yeah, no, in our discussion, we saw that as a positive. Yeah, no, that would help our representation. So that was a silver lining to it. But still, you know, for our group, you know, there's 50 people on our residents association. They were pretty strongly against it, even though we would get a community board seat.
Okay, thank you. Sophie.
Kia ora, Tim. Good to see you. I guess just following on from our previous speaker, Sarah, talking about, because one of the other options that had marginally more popular support but didn't make it through the subcommittee was option 2, and she commented that the map for option 2 as an alternate has its own problems, and one of them being that it kind of splits West Melton in 2, because there is still that northern portion from Halkett Road up to the Waimakariri that gets counted as Malvern. And I was just wondering what thoughts you guys might have regarding that.
Yeah, I was listening as she was making her points, and I was thinking, oh, I really want to see that map. I can't recall it, but it sounds really interesting. Sounds like it's splitting our community. Yeah, not ideal, and I don't know what the ideal solution is. Whether we're part of Rolleston or a portion of Rolleston, or whether you split West Melton like that, or maybe our whole district, our whole region, which goes as far as the Waimakariri and out to Highway 1 and kind of halfway towards Kuwi. Maybe that is its own region, and maybe it is its own community of interest. I don't know, but splitting it along Halkett, personally, for me, doesn't sound all that great. You know, these households that are out that way are certainly part of our community.
Thank you for that. Anyone further? No, thank you, Tim, then for that presentation. We'll take what you've written and also what you've said today into consideration. We'll now move into some final comments from our CE before we have some deliberations. The final decision isn't made today, but we'll be at a council meeting in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you for taking the time today.
Kia ora. Thanks.
Kia ora.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I guess what I want to do is just summarise the process and to get us to this point and also going forward. So first thing we remind ourselves is the Representation Review Subcommittee considered a wide range of options over an extended period that dated back to August 2020. The pre-consultation that was undertaken by the Representation Review Subcommittee was on 4 options. That was undertaken through a number of drop-in sessions. As I said before, 106 submissions were received to that. There were good reasons from Council to adopt, following the recommendation from the Representation Review Subcommittee, the option that we went out to and we're considering today. Most of the issues that were raised by submitters were in fact considered by the subcommittee, particularly around the communities of interest and also future growth as well. With respect to the ability to reset the clock, we do not have that ability, unfortunately. So we're governed by a time frame which says that we must go back to the Local Government Commission by the 10th of November, and the Local Government Commission then advertises our preferred option and will call for objections to that or support for it, as the case may be, and that's to be received by the 20th of December of this year. So I guess the key thing is council reflecting on the decision it made on the 25th of August, and is there any reason to deviate from that in terms of the final recommendation to the Local Government Commission?
Great, thank you, David. So we'll go around the room and just give everyone an opportunity to be able to share their views on where we currently sit and where you believe the right outcome might be, and that will allow the formulation of a future report. I guess I'll just start off, and then on my screen, Shane, you're next, Bob and Jenny, just so you can be prepared. This whole process has resulted in some reasonably unclear directions. And as we've worked through, it's been about how do we listen to nuance rather than how do we land on the obvious. And from the multiplicity of original maps that we had, even to get cut down to the 4 wasn't clear cut. And in the initial 4, there was a number of different views, and compromise has just been a word that over and over again has either been, well, probably in the forefront of our minds, actually, not just on the back of our minds around choosing the maps. I think too that we've got to remember that these maps don't determine our communities; they determine how people elect their representatives on council. And so, for those of us that are in the middle of a ward structure and understand how it affects us, because that is much of our lives as council, the level of interest is obviously really high, and from community committees and the residents associations, that has been the case as well, and good to get that feedback. But if we compare the interest from our community compared to the Three Waters discussion, there hasn't been a high level of engagement. It doesn't appear that there's a high level of dissatisfaction, either with where we are at currently or what is being proposed. And it's been very difficult to even meet during a COVID space and hear feedback, because generally people are a lot more concerned about what's going on for them, their family and their job than they are about turning up to different events that we might be running. But I think that in the end, the decisions we make do affect everyone, because all electors in Selwyn have a chance to vote at the next election, and the lines that we draw will determine what ward that they sit in. I think that the Rolleston piece has been a lot of the discussion, and I think that all of Selwyn has an interest in Rolleston and could actually feel that Rolleston is a key part of their community of interest. The speakers that we've heard, I think, make some really valid points around the connection to Rolleston and the importance of the areas around Rolleston as that key connection space. But I'd say it's probably also true of those living in Dunsandel that they travel to Rolleston a lot more than they travel to Rakaia Huts, even though Rakaia Huts has been in their ward for a lot longer. And the same is true of Darfield. People travel to Rolleston a whole lot more often than they travel to Springfield if you're living here. So the key that Rolleston plays as a centre for all of our districts is continuing to grow. And a lot of that's on the back of the efforts that we're putting in to bring services to our people here in Selwyn, rather than Christchurch being the place that they sit. I think thinking about compromise again, it is quite unusual, and it's been at the front. And having the chair of our subcommittee submit against the proposal put forward by council, I think also highlights the different views that there are around this, and it hasn't been easy to land in a particular place. But I think that the things that have been raised through submission generally were considered through getting to the place where we are now, or will be considered by us. And so thank you to everyone for reading all those submissions and for thinking through the points that have been raised. While communities of interest matter, there's a number of other things that also need to be considered around meeting the legislation. And I wouldn't be opposed to thinking about how we might review this in 3 years rather than 6 years. 6 years is the maximum that we have to do it within 6 years. But we could actually do this before the next election if we felt that we'd got this completely wrong. And some of the changes that are going on inside Rolleston, with the growth particularly, could be addressed through an interim, or through a 3-year staged review. Although that does add work into the process, I think that we need to consider how those changes could be considered. I also think that while we need to think about the future and the changes that might be coming our way, we shouldn't preempt decisions that are still to be made through private plan change outside of what council has set up as where we think our boundaries need to be, and include them in this work, as I think that might be seen to be endorsing proposals that at the moment we may be having a different view about whether they're actually right or wrong for our community going forward. So I guess I've heard a lot of views, and it's good to hear them. In some ways, the views that we've heard don't construct a strong mandate to go with what we've put forward, as much as they don't construct the strong mandate to change from what we've put forward. And I could see equally today a discussion around whether the community board received enough support here to continue, or whether it didn't receive enough support to continue. But I think to change dramatically from where we're at may open us up to needing to go back to the community, who would feel that the silent majority is sat back and just let this process roll through. So really keen to hear what other people have to say on this, but I haven't heard a strong view that we should be changing from our current course. Councillor Epiha, and Councillor Mugford, and Councillor Gallagher.
Kia ora, Sam. As a member of the panel, I acknowledge everything that you've just said there, and I think you've summed it up really well. The option that we landed on is kind of the best of the rest, or the worst of the best of everything for everybody. So it's been an experience for me, and obviously everybody else around the table. So I'm more interested in hearing members that weren't part of the committee's perspective. What I can say that from my perspective, we're not talking about independent states here. We're talking about electoral lines, communities of interest, and representation. And that was a really strong, I guess, point that came across from the community of Ellesmere, or at least from what I heard, was just representation and keeping the consistent amount of councillors for the representation, especially as we grow. So that was something that I took into account, and I think where we've landed is what it is. Unfortunately, one of the members of the panel isn't here today, and I would have really appreciated if John was part of this meeting today. Would have been good to hear his view as well. So I'll leave it for the rest of the councillors to take it from here, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Shane. And interestingly, we didn't receive a submission from the Melbourne Community Board to either just establish themselves or continue with their role. So yeah, interesting the level of engagement from that group, but it was good to have John in the initial committee. Bob, and then sorry, Deborah, is your hand raised because you'd like to speak? Because we will get to everyone around the table, or have you got a question around process that you'd like to raise? Okay, great. We will come to you after Bob and Jenny, then Deborah. Bob.
Yeah, originally I thought that number 2 was the one that my community have spoken about a lot, but in speaking to quite a lot of people in the community, 1 is acceptable, because living in Colgate, where I go to the doctor in West Melton. There's a lot of, in Selwyn, we're a community that move around a lot. And I really think it's very, very hard to get anything that would be actually better than 1, because I don't see that West Melton would be happy about being split into 2 areas. And to be quite honest, there's a lot of people up here that go to the West Melton to do their shopping, the same as people go from Springfield to Rolleston. So I think it's an argument that you could argue whichever way you wanted to get the answer that you wanted. And so I'm happy with 1 as it stands. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Bob. And Jenny.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I sat on the committee, as you're aware. I do understand the feeling of the West Melton residents. They have become very close to Rolleston years ago. Yes, they used to be part of Melbourne, but times have changed. So, and yes, I know, looking at it, I too was in favour of option 2. So we have had difficult decisions to make, but now that we have made the right decision to hopefully please everyone, but there's still a lot of apprehension out there. So look forward to the other councillors' comments.
Thank you. Deborah, Jeff and Grant.
We've actually heard a lot about communities of interest and how these boundaries are going to cut through West Melton. These boundaries are going to also cut through Burnham, which goes to Ellesmere, which under option 1, which has a very close association, I would say, with Rolleston, given that it is just down the road. With regards to Springston, all that's included in Springston is what's termed a township boundary. It misses out all the rural that backs onto that township boundary that was in the old reserve rating area. And the reserve rating areas were structured as to how communities of interest were actually put together. My community of interest is the Springs Board. And other people will have communities of interest that they align with. They know where their communities of interest lie. And as an elected representative, you don't necessarily, even though you might be outside your ward, if you've got a community of interest that you see, that you support, it's not on a ward base. Sarah's been in this situation before, and I've been in this situation before. And the reality is your community of interest is what you associate and how you support the community that you live in. So I don't have a problem with option 1 as it actually stands. But I just want to highlight for West Melton that and Rolleston residents that there are boundaries through both those 3 communities that are outside directly their community of interest because they're right on the boundary. And that's why I suggested that maybe, you know, we look at a 2-tiered system inside the tiered system that's having a lot of growth with more population, and the rural community outside using the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy boundary as a possibility if you wanted to go back to the drawing board to look at the rural and the urban, but that just brings in a rural-urban divide with regards to representation. So I think option 1 is probably the most coherent, given that we have to actually look at figures, and we have to accept that those figures are not representative of communities of interest one little bit. So perhaps the legislation needs to be looked at from central government and how we're actually setting up wards, or the other option is we be one district and we have election at large. That was put up, but it was not seen as a goer because basically there could be more representation in the heavily populated areas than the outset of the rural areas. It's not easy. I commend the committee on what you've actually done and where you've actually ended up. But I just want to highlight that once again, those that are planning on standing for election, you actually represent around the council table. If you were elected for another ward, but you actually associate with a different ward, that is your community of interest when it comes to your schooling, your shopping, your association, your meetings, etc. Just wanted to highlight that with regards to communities of interest.
Great, thank you for that, Deborah. And Jeff, Grant, and Sophie.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. It's pretty hard to get a perfect solution, and I kind of think about what we have at this particular moment, and I ask myself, is what we're looking at option 1 or 2 better than what we've got? And I personally can't see that it is, except that we with the two options 1 and 2 that we have managed to put the figures together, so that each ward has the same amount of people roughly in it. And I'm not sure in my mind that that's the best way of doing it, but to me, option 2 is the best of a bad deal, and that's the other thing that keeps running through my mind. We seem to be voting on what's the best option rather than the option that would really be the right one, and the best of what we've got rather than the right one. I personally, right from the word dot, and I wasn't on the committee, and I know that you've got boundaries that you have to grapple with, but it still seems to me that we haven't got there yet, and that's to vote on something that is less than perfect, or even a schmozzle actually seems to be quite a good word for it. It's just not what I like. I'm not happy with option 1 or 2, and if I'd be voting on what I think is the best of 2 poor options, and I really don't like that. But what else can I say? I'll probably have to go with what the committee is asking, but we haven't quite got it right. It's not right. I'll leave it with you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. And we don't need to vote on it today. So today is just really providing the feedback around what we've heard, considering the points raised, and that'll be the next meeting, Jeff, that will cover that, the voting piece. Thank you. Councillor Miller and then McInnes.
Yeah, interesting comments, Jeff. I think that you got down to the nub of it, but about the choices that were available to the committee were limited by the population spread and demographics, really. And that's what we've tried to do, I suppose, is make the best out of what was put in front of us. We must reference, though, the poor engagement from our community. We had huge amounts of effort put in by our staff and elected members to engage with our community and get feedback. Very, very poor feedback, very little interest. And so it is a challenge, and even today, when it's, we're right at the pointy end of it, to have, 3 submitters is probably a pretty poor outcome. So, and community can challenge the council all it's like about its poor engagement, but I think our staff went out of their way to engage with the community, and the community has to look at itself and say, well, they're not interested, because that's what we've got back. I'd like to take a moment to recognise the chair, because it's unusual, and I think that a chair would step outside the bounds of what's normal and put a personal submission, and I suppose that gives you a flavour of the committee's work, and that we weren't unanimous. There was a lot of debate, and I think if everyone on the committee probably had their option, we all had different views as to what was their own preferred outcome. But in the end, we had to compromise, which is the nature of local government. And so what you see in front of you is that compromise. It's not pretty, it's contrived, it's manufactured, but that's what you get in local government when you've got to try and wrangle a whole lot of cats into a nice little bag and make it work. So thanks to Mark, I think you've stepped outside the bounds, but probably with the right intent. So I'd like to reiterate, while I've got the chair, that I just cannot see why we do this ourselves. The Electoral Commission is the best place for this to happen. It shouldn't be done locally, where there's some outside independent thought, and actually they should be doing this. And I certainly want us, the Mayor, to write to them and reinforce that this is the wrong place to be doing this. I think just referencing Michelle's or even Sarah's submissions, it became clear in the process that in looking to the future, Rolleston is likely to have wards. Just the scale of growth and the size of it, and this is just a stepping stone, I think, and Sam nailed it, that perhaps even within the next 3 years we may need to revisit this because of the explosive growth we're seeing in Rolleston. And that is the issue. It's the explosive growth, urban versus rural, and population formulas that makes it extremely difficult. I suppose, as I said earlier on, I still think under this proposal we've put forward, potentially there is I think there is likely to be better representation of West Melton. I think it'd be unlikely that there will not be a candidate put themselves from West Melton forward for election. I think that's a highly likely scenario, and plus 2 community board members would give them very good representation. I can't leave this discussion, I suppose, without talking about community boards, because there was a very low level of interest in retaining community boards. Even within Melbourne, we got some strong submissions from existing community board members. The wider population didn't support that, and it was almost to the effect of, if we disestablished it, we were taking something away, but they weren't quite sure what we were taking away. And I think the Mayor's solution put forward which didn't get traction, was that we should have submitted that we disestablished all community boards, and if you wanted one, you should have submitted 4, which could have created a groundswell of actually submissions to this process by the fact that it would be contentious. And I think that the lack of submissions that we're seeing now probably may reflect that. So that's it for me. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Grant, for those comments. Sophie, and then Murray, Nicole, and Malcolm.
Okay, yeah, it's an interesting discussion, this. I mean, I keep thinking back to what Sam said in a previous item about alignments and how difficult it is to actually get the right alignment that fits all purposes. And I know I wasn't on the Representation Review Committee, but I did attend most of the meetings because it was pretty interesting, and it had maps and data, and it's all quite interesting just to see how it all fits together, and how it doesn't as well, because it's, you know, it's a really tricky situation there. It kind of makes you wonder, you know, I think we probably will be in a position, or whoever happens to be on the next council will be in a position of trying to do this again in 3 years' time, depending on whether or not the Future for Local Government review comes up with something else, like, for instance, maybe making it the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. Who knows? It would almost be interesting to, seeing as the majority of us here today were not on the Representation Review Committee. And so while we may have listened to the discussions, we were, you know, when we voted a few weeks ago to bring this for that particular option to be the one that's consulted on publicly, that was because that was the recommendation of the committee. And I do wonder whether, if there was another motion for to see whether people would prefer option 2, whether we think, you know, whether we're swayed by the feedback that option 2 might be a better option. But I you know, I'm kind of wary of doing that as well, because that's not necessarily the perfect option either. So I'm just thinking, you know, thinking in terms of how it would work for me, because I do, you know, I live in Rolleston, I represent Selwyn Central. It wouldn't actually change how I as a councillor would do anything, because I spend time all over the place in the district, and I would probably still keep going to West Melton meetings even if I wasn't representing it, because they're an awesome committee and they get stuff done. It is kind of worrying though. I'll just finish up just saying, you know, when you've got your Rolleston Residents Association and West Melton, who probably between them varying levels of actual engagement with their communities, but technically they represent the largest portion of our population, and neither of them think it's the best option. So somewhere in the system, it's not right. But how do you fix it when you've got this, you know, your 10% rules and mesh blocks and everything else? So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sophie. Murray, Nicole, Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Look, I'll just quickly reiterate what I said when we debated this first time, that my personal opinion looking at it was option 2, but I completely respect the subcommittee going through this process, and I think that they've landed on the option that's least unpalatable, and I think that's what we've got to realise, and it's an unenviable job. It really is. And just thinking of Grant's comments around lack of engagement, I've written the word apathy down here. And there was a general apathy to this process. Now, maybe we can lay the blame for that at our door. I don't think so. I think Grant's right. I think staff put an immense effort into that. And, you know, we all stood around in those empty libraries waiting for people to come and engage with us. Despite our best efforts, virtually no one did. Just a comment, Deborah, Burnham's already in Ellesmere, by the way, so we're not moving that one. But look, we're constrained by a lot of things. The real change that's going to happen here is actually getting people, quality candidates, to stand. I sort of think, what was it, 19 for 12 positions last election? That says more about, it says nothing about the electoral boundaries. It says a lot about people's engagement with local government and desire to be and understand local government. I think also I can't go without a comment too that, you know, of potential allegations of self-interest from the subcommittee. I think that's just deeply unfair. that just is not a reflection of the intent and the quality of the people who sat around that table and did that work on behalf of all of us. So look, you don't choose any of these and feel great about any of the outcomes because, you know, it's not perfect. We know it's not perfect. It's the least imperfect option we've got, option one. Thanks, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Murray. Nicole? We can't hear you, Nicole. Yeah. We'll come back to you. Malcolm?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sam. I raised my hand because I just wanted to make a comment with regards to Burnham Camp. Burnham Camp has been in the Selwyn Central Ward, it's been in the Ellesmere Ward, and it seems to change on a regular basis for that particular township as to what ward they're actually in to make the numbers up. I just wanted to highlight why Burnham just seems to float between Selwyn Central and Ellesmere.
Yeah, I think the key reason is it sits at the intersection of 4 wards. And so if you're needing to move something around without major changes in all the boundaries, there's a population there that can move. But I agree, it's been moved around through many wards over time. Malcolm, and then we'll come back to Nicole.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Sam, you hit the nail on the head at the very start of this conversation when you used the word compromise. It's always a compromise when we do a representation review. I will remember the last one, and we were close to taking Ellesmere down to 1 councillor because the numbers of people living in that ward had declined and other wards were growing. And as we've seen, our wards are growing, and I believe that Melbourne ward will grow in the next 3-year period. And will have a greater population than it does have now. But I have a very open mind to a review in 3 years' time because we are seeing extreme growth in Rolleston. Leaston's growing, our communities are growing, people want to be here in Selwyn. So I do support that as well. Poor engagement. We've all mentioned poor engagement. It is very hard to get people engaged, and it has been mentioned by many of you as far as getting people to stand for election, getting people to take up office. The Rolleston Residents Association can't even get office holders at the moment. Does it represent 20,000 people? Begs a question. As councillors, we represent all of Selwyn. We are elected on a ward basis, but we do represent ratepayers from all. I've been in meetings in Hororata. I've been trying to do whatever I can for my people wherever they are across the whole of Selwyn. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And I do think that, Matt, the one we've chosen is more equitable for a workload for us who represent the people. The other map would have given a huge workload to lesser councillors, and I do believe it's more equitable than what we've got now. Our boundaries are somewhat fluid. As far as where we represent. People of West Melton, I can understand them being concerned about their representation and their area of representation. Christchurch city boundary is not far from them either. So you've got to bear that in mind as far as communities of interest. Most of the people there will work in the city. Communities of interest are something we certainly have to take heed of, but it's not the be all and end all of everything. I believe I'm happy with where we're heading here. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Malcolm, for that. Nicole, new set of headphones are going to work for you? I'd love to say I could hear you. You could sign language it, or if you've got any comments you want to add into the comment section, feel free if you'd like to add anything. No? Okay. So David gives Councillor, thank you for that. And David, I think that gives staff some direction on the report and the expectation at the next council meeting.
Yeah, look, it does. Thank you very much, everybody. Acknowledge the comments. We remind ourselves, just repeating myself, but this is a process which started in October of 2020. So it has been a long journey to get to this point. I totally agree with the compromise comments. I also totally agree, given the significant growth that we're having in parts of the district, that a 3-year review would be probably more prudent than a 6-year review going forward, and we'll be mindful of that. So next step is a paper, Mr. Mayor, that will go on the council agenda for the 27th, and that will be to recommend our proposed option to the Local Government Commission. We have to do that by the 10th of November. We don't have any flexibility around that. And then what happens is the Local Government Commission advertise our proposal and call for any submissions to that, which got to be received by December 20. So we're in the process at the moment. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. And on that, David, do you need a resolution from us confirming anything to give you that direction?
Mr. Mayor, we do. There's a recommendation on page 16, which is that council receives submissions to the representation review proposal.
Great. Mover and seconder for that, Malcolm and Shane. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Thank you for that. And we'll move on now to tab 10, page 54 of today's report, the Joint Licensing Committee and Chief Licensing Officer. So Malcolm there before. Malcolm, sorry that we're a bit later than we thought getting to this item, but thank you for your report. And if you'd like to talk about any of the highlights, and there would be great.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, well, definitely not a highlight is Sheffield Hotel. 23rd of August, as we all know, that suffered extensive damage in a fire. So early days yet, so we just don't know what the long-term plans will be in relation to the building. Level 2 continues to be problematic. We've got a number of large events that have been postponed or cancelled. I'm thinking here the Lincoln University Garden Party, AMP shows, and the Hororata Highland Games, which could be impacted as well. So, yeah, that's pretty sad. Just lastly, I've got an application for a bottle store in Prebleton. That has attracted 26 public objections. So there will be a hearing in relation to that. So I'll let you know how that goes. Other than that, things are going along pretty well. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. A question from me, that the number of bottle stores within a 5-kilometre radius of Lincoln has apparently jumped from 1 to 22 since 1970 was the figures that I was quoted. There's been a little bit of press interest in those changes and growth, and maybe that reflects what you just mentioned around the current proposal that's there. Can you just talk a little bit about the process that has gone through around that decision making? Obviously, there's been a massive change in the number of people that live in that space, and 5 kilometres probably encompasses Hornby and decisions that sit outside our jurisdiction as well. But just how we've grown to the space that we're in, and the decision making that you will now go through around this current application.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think that would be the correct figure, though. They talk about 22 or 24 bottle stores. We've looked at a figure of 8 kilometres from Prebleton itself, and there's actually only about 6 or 7 bottle stores within about 8k. So it's not quite what we were told by a resident from Prebleton. So in his objection. Now, what happens is when people apply for a bottle store in an area, it is quite difficult in terms of the district licensing committee having the ability to actually turn down bottle stores. Proliferation of bottle stores, unfortunately, is not one of the arguments that a DLC can have to actually turn down an application. Probably the only area that can be saved in, or could be argued, would be if it was incorporated into our local alcohol policy. And that's probably something that we'll look at the next time we review our local alcohol policy. But that's probably the one area that can control density in terms of bottle stores. But it's a New Zealand-wide problem, Mr. Mayor. It's a problem in a lot of places. And especially the low decile places in the cities. They really struggle with it. Those areas seem to get targeted quite a bit. Not too bad in Selwyn. We haven't had an awful lot, like I say, but it's quite a difficult process in terms of us being able to turn down applications. There's a small area that we can talk about and to convince a DLC to refuse an application for an off license. And it's things like the amenity and good order in an area. That's one of the things that'll come up. The other area is the suitability of the applicant himself. But if there's no issues around suitability and there's no issues around amenity and good order, then our ability to turn down an application for a bottle store is actually quite limited. So it's work in progress for sure.
Great. And it's not that all bottle store applications should be turned down. It's just making sure you've got the tools to be able to assess each application, on its merits. So just thinking about the way that you've highlighted the local alcohol policy, what's the process to be able to review that and consider it?
Certainly, the local alcohol policy is reviewed every 6 years. There's a lot of places that don't have local alcohol policies. We're fortunate to have one. And that review usually kicks off about 12 months before it's due to expire. And it's quite an involved process, but it involves a lot of consultation with the community. And it's we ask for submissions, and people can put in submissions. We often get submissions, for example, from the bigger outfits like Progressive Foodstuffs, for example. And then we have a hearing. There's quite an involved process around having hearings to determine what that local alcohol policy will look like once it's reviewed, or whether it's a new one or a reviewing one.
Great. So maybe for the next report that you bring to us, could you outline where that time frame currently sits and any recommendations you might have to either wait for that or to bring it forward?
Absolutely. We're 2 years away for the 6 years one, but absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Councillors, any other questions that you have of Malcolm? No? Mover and seconder to receive the report. Gallagher and Bland. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Speak up now. Declare it carried. Malcolm, thank you very much for your time today. Councillors, the next item is tab 11, page 59, dog control policy and procedures. And welcome Tim Harris to the meeting. Tim.
David has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, David.
Just checking that Councillor Alexander is back with us.
I can see his moon in his background, but I don't know if he's there.
Okay, I'll have staff contact him.
I mean the moon. Sorry, not yeah. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor Sam. Councillors, this is an annual report that's required by the Dog Control Act 1996, and we just have to report on the administration of the dog control policy and control practices. So look, I'll take the report as read and happy to try and answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that, Tim. Any questions that anyone here has? Councillor Ipeha.
Kia ora, Sam. Thanks, Tim. Page 62, the number of fines and obviously the associated costs. Collection of those fines, are the fines paid?
Yes, they are paid, yes.
Okay, so no problem with
no problem. Obviously, you get the odd customer that is a bit reluctant to pay up, but my understanding is that the collection is pretty close to 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Shane.
Sorry, yeah. Yep, thanks, Tim. And just with page 64, rushing and aggressive dogs, are they sort of put on notice once those types of, I guess, aggressive dogs and not necessarily the owners, but what sort of support are they given to stop that behaviour?
We often suggest that they go and see a dog trainer, but other than that, it's left to their own devices. Obviously, if the dog's behaviour does not rectify and they continue rushing or behaving in an aggression way, they can be moved up the the status in terms of a dangerous dog, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander. Can't hear you, Mark.
Sorry, I'm happy to move the adoption of this report, and I'd also like to commend staff on their interactions. We have a very high dog ownership rate in Selwyn, and the staff perform very proactively and very professionally with our community. It's very hard to get people to report dog incidences. You see a lot of it being reported on Facebook, but less of it being reported directly to council. So I think that it's beholds on us all to encourage people to report these. There seems to be a lot more incidences of dog-on-dog aggression that just doesn't come to us, when perhaps we should make it known that it should, because it doesn't take much to go from a dog that attacks another dog to a dog that attacks another child, attacks a child, and that's should be of concern to us all. So I'm very happy to move the adoption.
Great, thank you for that, Mark. Tim, do you have any response to that?
No, we're getting extra, not really, we're getting extra 75 odd dogs every month. I think over 15,000 dogs at the moment. So obviously the more dogs you get, the more complaints, the more incidences. So it's an ongoing issue that we're confronting, but I'll pass on those kind words, Councillor Alexander, to the staff. Thank you.
Great. And Mark, just so you know, your microphone was distorting a wee bit there. Councillor Hassan.
Right. Thanks, Tim, for the report. My question is around 12 on the table, failure to comply with any authorised bylaw, section 22.5. I note that we've had 23 offenders and the fine is $750 per person. What exactly does that, what is any unauthorised bylaw entailing? What is it? Is it purely around the dog control or other bylaws that we actually have?
Deborah, I can't really answer that to you. I suspect it'll be any other bylaw. There'll be bylaws relating to the dog bylaw, obviously, but there could be some other bylaws in terms of reserves bylaws, etc. But I can provide you with a fuller answer if I can do a wee bit of research and come back to you. That's okay.
That'd be fine.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tim. Thanks for the question, Deborah. Is someone happy to second this report? Thank you, Sophie. Any further questions people have? All those in favour, please raise your hands. Anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Thank you, Tim, for that report. Next up is tab 12, page 65, and it's Community Services Facilities Group Update. And welcome, Denise. Denise, I'll hand the floor to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm in front of you today to talk about 4 reports, and I will start with the Community Services and Facilities Update. You will have received a copy of the latest Term 4 brochure, and you will have also received information relating to the Plains FM Faces of Selwyn series that's being featured. Also, in the post to you is the hard copy of the community funding directory, which is to provide guidance to residents interested in understanding what funding is available for them, particularly via council in Selwyn. This funding guide is not going to be available for public distribution until after it's launched on the 7th of December, but it's available for your initial reference and guidance. And the final document that I just want to refer to is the Short Film Festival. And this isn't our brochure, so you haven't been sent a link or a copy of this brochure, but it is, but you are being sent a link so you can look at the programs online, and you'll see that Selwyn features in it this year. So those are the 4 documents that are, if you haven't already received, they are in the mail to you. In terms of the report itself and its content, I take it as read. I highlight the fact that there's a bit of a summary of the Selwyn Awards, and notice that you will be being contacted within the next couple of weeks around a survey in terms of things that we can improve on for next time, and the things that you thought were particularly valuable and you want to retain. Also within the report, there's an update for you about an anticipation. This report goes up until the end of August, so there has been obviously a time lapse, but it's letting you know about the preparations underway for taking over the operational responsibilities of specific community centres and halls as from 1st of September. So it was intended to give you some confidence that there's processes in place in terms of making sure that happens smoothly, and by all accounts it has taken place smoothly. And also just within the report there's a little bit about an online events application process. While the Community Services and Facilities Group has instigated that actually affects every team potentially within council, because when members of the community want to run an external event, they often have to seek permission from a range of different teams within the organisation, and this is intended to streamline that process and make it as simple as possible. And then just finally, within the report you will have seen just a little bit of an update on the click and collect service that we were able to deliver as we moved into lockdown. So that's the report.
Great, thank you very much for that, Denise. Can I just ask councillors, it'd be good to finish Denise's reports. There's sort of 4 of them that flow on here. It'll take us past the 2 hours. And if we could finish by 12:15 or something for lunch, we'll still provide enough time to have a bite to eat, but rather than Denise having to pop in and out. So if we could just move an extension of time, would be good to continue that. So move Nicole and seconded Mark. Is there any discussion on that extension of time for this part of the meeting? No. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Great. And Nicole, and then Mark and Murray have got some questions for you, Denise. Nicole. No. We'll let you keep trying. I'll come to Mark and then we'll come back to you, Nicole.
Thank you. I've changed microphone, Sam. Is that better?
It is, thank you.
Mine's not so much a question, it is actually a compliment again to staff who've worked through some pretty difficult conditions during lockdown. I thought the click and collect service from the libraries was very innovative and a great service, and it's good to see that it's been popular with members. So that's a really great way of staff thinking outside of the square and coming up with a service for our ratepayers. And again, the Aquatic Centre, I'd like to commend the staff who've been working through some very difficult times, both the lockdown and the extension and renovation to the pools. Currently, there's a conveyor belt moving gravel into the old main pool, which is both noisy and has an external opening into the building, so it's cold, and staff are coping very, very well. The booking system at the Aquatic Centre is working. Last week, we were told that on Wednesday, I think it was, when it was wet and cold, QE2 had a queue that went round their car park of people trying to get into the building. Whereas our booking system, at least people know with some certainty when they have got space in the pools, and I think it works very well. So I'd just like, again, to record my thanks and commendation of the staff working through these conditions.
Great, thank you for that, Mark. Murray.
Yeah, kia ora, Denise. Thank you for the once again the comprehensive reports. Just page 80, just commentary there around the 3 committees that are operating until July next year. Dawston, Greendale and Calinchi. Have staff been in direct contact with those committees? Two of them are ones that I visit. I haven't had a meeting at Calinchi for some period of time. I'm just wondering what awareness they have of responsibilities till then, and then how it's going to manifest after that. Just trying to preempt some questions from those committees. Thank you.
Denise, we'll come back to you for answers at the end. I'll just collect everything from the councillors. Shane.
Thank you, Denise. Kia ora. Just quickly from me, Little Rakaya Huts, I see also page 80, that's now been taken off the online bookings. Perhaps maybe expand on that a little. And just a little bit of feedback from the community. I visited the lovely senior ladies from the St David's, Friends of St David's group the other day. They would love to see perhaps some involvement from the council with some of the community programs for these lovely ladies, if at all. And I know you do a wonderful job, so it's not a criticism, it's just a request from the seniors of the community. Kia ora.
Thank you for that, Shane. Nicole, do you want to try again? No. Denise, we'll just let you respond to those things and any final comments you'd like to make.
Okay, thank you for the positive feedback, and I'll make sure that I do pass that on to staff. It is, as I'm sure you're all aware, a bit wearying at time for those in kind of customer-facing roles. So I'll pass on those that commendation to the staff. So thank you. Regarding the three committees, beyond the previous update, which outlined the steps and then summarised the council decisions, Councillor Lemon, I'm not aware that we've had specific communication unless it's been instigated by the committees themselves. But as a result of this conversation, I'm happy to follow that up and make sure that we do have a direct communication, just in case there's any lack of clarity around that. And in terms of comment, it is timely, given that we were just about to embark on the Well Festival, which is about our older residents, and so I will follow up with a staff member just to make the connection with that group and to see if there's ways that can be linked in or supported by any of the programs or initiatives that we are involved with. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Shane.
Apologies, I did have one more question. It relates to page 83, the operational and revenue tables. Extraordinary amount of operational expenditure compared to revenue, and just wondering, I guess, possibility to expand on that, but also where that shortfall comes from.
Yeah. So,
Denise?
well, is it okay to, so just in terms of, I won't go into the operational detail line by line. I guess what the intent was with this report is to, as we have started with a couple of the previous reports around committees, just provide some transparency around the expenditure and revenue activity. I see Kelvin's come online, so he may well want to add something to this. The intention with presenting that that report was to provide you with information in terms of what happens prior to council's involvement, and then so that you can hopefully start to get some confidence in terms of increases in revenue, etc., pending what happens with COVID. But Kelvin, I'm not sure if you were wanting to add anything to that financial commentary.
Yeah, I will. Shane, the best place to head is to our revenue and financing policy, which will explain the level of revenue that we're intending to raise against operating expense. And you'll find that in the LTP document. I'm just trying to find the actual pages that relates to help you out there. If you look on page 229 of the long-term plan, you'll find the target revenue against the operating costs, which we're well in line with.
Thank you for that, Kelvin and Denise. Sophie, and then David.
Just wanted to comment on that regarding the use of the halls and the revenue that they're bringing in. I mean, the staff are doing a great job trying to run as many of the usual programs and the school holiday programs. The Culture Fest was basically slashed. swell has moved into a totally different realm to usual. And that's got to be really hard to try and meet revenue targets when you can't actually use halls the way that they were intended. So the bigger ones, yes, the stats look dreadful at the moment, but particularly as well with Rolleston Community Centre, you know, half of their groups have actually already moved over to the sports centre as well. So it's going to take some time for that to come back with regard, you know, when you're looking between COVID and the changing use patterns, you know, but they're still, you know, good facilities. Obviously the team, you know, there's a report further on that's tracking which ones have a history of low level use as opposed to COVID related poor use. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Sophie. You happy to move the report?
Yep.
Great, and a seconder, Bob, thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. And Denise, we'll move on to the accountability report for accessibility charter.
Okay, just it was intended that Claire Quirk talked to both the accessibility and the youth council report, but we were anticipating that might be at 1 o'clock. So I'm happy to I guess to table it, and if there are any questions, I may well have to refer to Claire just in terms of feedback. It was Claire's team who prepared the report, but as you know, we signed a charter, and there is some responsibility on council to be accountable for our commitments within the charter, and this is us meeting that obligation by sharing with you some of the activities and actions that have taken place.
Great. So Nicole's happy to move, has got some things to say, and it's a little bit difficult for her to do that at the moment. Do I have a seconder for the report? Mark, thank you. And if there's any questions, we can have them now. Otherwise, we can create some space, or next time you're in, can have a call to Denise or Claire or the team specifically on any matters you want to raise. But if you'd like to raise them now, that's fine as well. Mark.
Thank you. Great report. It's great to see our progress in making council and its facilities more accessible. Just wondering if what impact we're having beyond ourselves, particularly in the environmental services team, when we're reviewing building consents and things, and actually encouraging other building owners and building organisations to consider accessibility in their builds, so that while we're trying to profile best practice, that how are we getting to encourage others to also emulate that?
And just in terms of response, I'm not sure if Tim might want to comment around that. I guess we've quite deliberately, in terms of our accountability report, ensured that there was ownership right across the organisation of council in terms of the different actions. But on my recall, there are limitations to the level of influence that we can extend in terms of property developers. But if Tim, if you are there, you may want to make some further comment in that regard.
I'm sorry, Mark, I missed the beginning of that question. I was looking at an email, so forgive me for that. If you repeat it, please.
Just how we're promoting accessibility, Tim, in terms of when we're processing consenting, particularly building consents, whether we're able to encourage applicants to make sure their buildings, and particularly the public-facing buildings, as accessible as possible.
A limited ability to deviate from the building code, and often the developers want to do the minimum in terms of trying to save costs. I guess we do encourage accessibility, especially in the public buildings. There are building code requirements for accessibility for public buildings, but I don't believe anecdotally that developers go beyond what they need to do in terms of the building code.
Thank you. Is this something council as an organisation can follow up with places like MB and actually getting improvements to building codes so that accessibility becomes more of a focus?
Well, we could do, Mark. I guess there are and sorry, I'm not familiar in the terms of the detail, but the building code for public buildings will require wheelchair accessibility, etc. But there could be other modifications, and as an industry, I guess we could, through various forums, encourage greater accessibility in terms of the code, and quite happy to talk to David and or Vanessa about how we might go about that.
I think this fits into the space and the conversation for us as a council around how much influence we want to try and have around taking a leadership position for our district on matters that are outside our control, but within our leadership influence. And the climate change work that we're doing so far is focused on internally for us what's going on. But lots of other districts have taken, the space of saying this is our district aspiration or this is our city aspiration, which is a step that we haven't taken yet. And probably for accessibility markets, a similar sort of conversation around how do we not only identify what we're doing, but although our influence is smaller, actually the ability to lead conversations wider definitely sits there. So take that on board. Thank you for raising it. Nicole has mentioned a couple of things in the comments. One is around the review of the Code of Compliance, and there's a copy on the website says 2012, Denise, if you could address that. And then also the accessibility is important for all, so the lens needs to be wider than we're looking at sight impaired people as well. I think at least 25% of the population are vision impaired. Denise, I don't know if you want to just touch on those two things.
Just in terms of the Code of Compliance, I'm not entirely sure what that, Roding says they reviewed the Code of Compliance. Oh, but the date on the copy of site 12. So can I just follow that up as an action point, Councillor Reid?
Yes.
Because we will have just taken their feedback, and you've made a comment around visually impaired, and I think that has a particular focus on the comms activity and the work that they've done. I'm confident that the work that they've done has considered that, as has some of the work that we've been doing in terms of wayfinding and signage within the facilities. But it sounds like it might be a gap in terms of the visibility of that in the report that you see in front of you, Councillor Reid. So if it's okay, I'll ask for that to be, for you to be given an update now, but us to also specifically address it when we come to the report for next year. Is that satisfactory?
Can you nod, Nicole, if it's going to be okay, or shake your head and we can follow up? Maybe you guys could have a phone conversation following this meeting and just touch base and make sure that has been covered. Thank you. Is there any further comments that people would like to raise on this report? Otherwise, it's been moved and seconded. And all those in favour, please raise your hands. And those against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Denise, we'll move on to the third report of yours, the accountability for the funding.
Okay, I guess this is the largest contestable community grant that council administers, and it directly is intended to directly contribute towards community well-being. This is the accountability of this grant to the council. So you have a committee of council that sits on and has oversight and the decision making associated with all the community grants allocated across a year. And this is our accountability, or their accountability, back to you. One of the things that I just draw to your attention is that our experience is that this grant, this fund, is becoming increasingly popular at a time when we didn't necessarily expect things to be happening and applications to be being submitted with the COVID happening around it. But nevertheless, in spite of that, it has become increasingly popular. And you may recall that originally this grant was twice a year. The rounds were twice a year, and as a response to COVID, there was a council decision made to make it 4 times a year. And this we think, has contributed to its popularity. And our view is that there's no time of the year when it's less popular than others. And it also, given that frequency, increased frequency, that does mean community groups can be slightly more spontaneous than they may have been previously. So I draw to your attention the fact that this seems to be quite a popular move, and we intend to continue to have it quarterly.
Great, thanks Denise, and really cool to see the range of activities and community groups that we've been able to support. And yeah, agree, something about spontaneity is good within the community, and for council to be responsive to that rather than saying, oh, we wish we could, but you've got to wait another 6 months and plan your event for a different time if you want some help. So well done on that change. Councillor Sophie.
Kia ora, Denise, how are you going?
Good.
I just want to ask, because there's, well, so one comment was that on page 111, I think it is, it mentions about, it's the Schedule 3, Event Marketing Support, and it mentions the distinctive yellow bus that travels from Rolleston to New Brighton. It's not a yellow bus anymore. They're all teal. We don't have colour-coded buses anymore because ECAN made a dodgy decision, but anyway. But my main question was regarding, there's recently been, unfortunately, quite a few large events locally have had to be cancelled due to COVID. So Harrow Highland Games, fireworks, Leaston shows sort of downgraded to a COVID-friendly thing. And I'm just wondering, what is the what is the process for particularly for those larger events, which have probably received a fair chunk of support in terms of, do they get a pass through to next year, because they still have quite a few costs that will need to be covered, I assume. So yeah, thank you.
I might invite members of the committee to actually contribute to this answer, but my understanding is that we take a fairly lenient view in that regard. So if there's no activity intended, then there's no payment made. But when some flexibility has been requested of the committee, for example, can we delay it for 6 months, or can we do this instead of that, because in the current climate it seems more appropriate. My understanding is that the committee has been very responsive to that and generally has positively supported that, but there may be a committee member amongst you that wants to comment on that specifically.
Happy if someone else wants to. Shane, are you on that committee?
Kia ora, thanks Denise. Yes, I am, and perhaps that might be best answered by our chair. I just wanted to give some, I guess, assurance around the popularity of the funding and the increase, obviously, of that, and just assurance to the staff and councillors and to the public out there. It's not through leniency. It's we as a committee scrutinise each and every individual application that comes through and deliberate on that robustly. But perhaps that's best further filled in by our chair. But definitely, it is on the increase, Denise. And I see on page 103 there, one of the applicants declined their grant. So I guess that stays back into the kitty and then gets put elsewhere. My question really is around some of the events that have been cancelled. Obviously, they don't receive that funding, but are they required to then apply again, or in this case, are they possibly pre-approved? Thank you.
So, Councillor Lyle, I'll defer to you for the chair response, but my understanding, as I said, was that if they come up with a counter proposal that says, could we actually do this in 6 months' time, or can we vary the original proposal slightly to be targeted on this, or to be an activity related to that, that does go back for committee consideration, but generally the committee has, my understanding, been pretty responsive to that.
Yeah, I can confirm that. I mean, as Councillor Ebear has said, we screen the applicants and cast a good eye over those who are looking for funding. And as long as the event goes ahead within the parameters that it was set out to go ahead, and we're very happy to have that flexibility for those groups to be able to carry on and have their event. I will say that it is interesting with the changes in our halls and reserves committees and hireage and things has become something that regular groups have come into us for, and I see this as creating that transparency where they work out their hall hire for a year for their craft group or whatever, and come to us and receive that funding through that channel. And I think I'd like to commend the committee. Actually, we've been meeting regularly, and we work very collegially on that committee and work very well. So I think it happens in a great way. As far as the funding that's not uptaken, that is available to be taken again, and they are available, of course, to reapply. But any funding that's not used goes back in the pot for others to use as well. So it's work. I think that the fund is working very well and efficiently.
Great, thanks, Malcolm. You happy to move the report?
I am so, yes.
Great. Shane, happy to second? Cool.
Yes.
You got a question?
Yes, just additionally, and on behalf of the committee and also our chair, just the huge amount of work that's put in by the staff and Kelsey and Denise that present the applications over the period of time. It's a huge body of work, so I appreciate the effort by everyone and all of those that submit. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All those in favour that we receive the report, hand up. Anyone against, speak up. Declare it carried. And Denise, final report, the Youth Council engagement update.
So this gives you a little bit of an insight into the terms of reference changes that have taken place within the Selwyn Youth Council, but also the different way it has been configured in terms of portfolios. So that's the purpose of that report, but also the youth engagement is the one KPI that the Youth Council is a key contributor to, and it is a key KPI. So this report talks to you about the youth engagement that has taken place. It crosses 2 calendar years for the Youth Council, but it just is intended to provide you with some confidence that there's a lot going on in the area of youth engagement for Selwyn.
Great, thank you for that, Denise. Any questions of this report? Sophie?
It's not really a question, it's more of an acknowledgement. Selwyn Youth Council are an awesome bunch of young people, but I also want they're getting stuck in, and they seem to be really enjoying the new program where they get stuck into different projects compared to the previous year. Though that said, the previous year was impacted greatly by COVID, so I'm not sure how it was, in the previous triennium. But yeah, no, they're a great bunch. But I wanted to give a wee shout out to Shay Robinson and the everybody else who's been working with them on these different projects, because they are within different teams as well. But Shay certainly does a really good job of coordinating them and keeping tabs with all the young people when they've got various competing responsibilities and desires. So, it's busy job being a teenager. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Shane?
Yes, just the same thing for me. A huge commendation to the team and also to our youth councillors. And as we reflect on the word apathy, I hope there's some certain assurance that our young people here are filling that gap and are coming through. So they're our future and also our future councillors. Thank you very much.
Great. Shane, Sophie, you happy to move and second the report? Cool. Anyone else would like to speak or ask anything? All those in favour, please raise your hand. Declare it carried. Oh, anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Denise, thank you for presenting those 4 reports. There may be some follow-ups that councillors may have with you individually, and Nicole, there may be a phone call there as well. So thank you for your time today, councillors. We'll adjourn the meeting and come back at 1 p.m. with the Water's monthly update. Enjoy your lunchtime.
Something I never should. Jeez.
Oh, there's Mark's moon.
Hey Shane, can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
Awesome. That's good.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Oh, you're back.
No, can't hear you.
I can hear you, Sheree.
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, I'm back.
Michelle's back.
Good to hear you, Nicole.
We are recording.
Can see you, Dan.
Did the IT crew manage to sort you out, Nicole?
Yep, I got a personal visit.
Nice.
A bit like the roving secretary for committees. You could just have, councillors roving IT, appointees for each meeting as we need the support. It's good they were able to do that, Nicole.
Minute that.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite pleased. And they were quite surprised how close I actually lived to the headquarters as well.
Yeah, they'll still be coming to Darfield.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I hope they came on an e-bike.
No, what they were doing was actually they were going into town for something else as well. So it was multiple trip on the one trip.
I wouldn't have done the report.
So they didn't bus to your place, Nicole.
I'm sure he's saying that. If they knew Elaine, I wouldn't have done any of your reports just in principle, even if they're bloody good.
We can hear you,
Douglas.
Murray. We can hear you, Douglas.
You're on camera, mate. Recorded. We heard all that. It's good. Murray, take no notice of that, man. We'll move into the meeting. Welcome back, everyone. The first item up is Murray England with the water report. So, Murray, I'll hand to you.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, everybody. We've got a team of people squished into my office who will be presenting to this report, but also the next report. So that's why there's a few heads around my shoulders. That looks a bit weird. That explains that. So first up, running through the report, the District Land Drainage Committee. As you remember, at the 8th of September meeting, the council set up that terms of reference for that meeting. So that's all been approved. The purpose of that Land Drainage Committee meeting, just to refresh our minds and memories, is to provide a clear and decisive leadership with respect to the vision of land drainage management in the Selwyn district. It's also there to foster a collaborative approach between the parties. So that's between iwi, council staff, councillors, and others, Environment Canterbury, DOC and the likes. So Mark Rikers is joining us. So the first meeting's planned now for Monday, the 22nd of November, so it's just a month away, and we're looking forward to getting that underway. The next item on the list is nitrates in groundwater. So there's been some public interest in nitrates in the groundwater system and how that affects our water supply and health effects. So Council has engaged Becker Consultants to undertake some work looking at the cost to remove nitrates from groundwater. It's not saying we're actively pursuing that as an option, but it's just useful to have that number in front of us should we want to pursue that in the future. Also attached to this report is a link to a recent ESR report that looks at the effects of drinking water and nitrate concentrations in drinking water on the risk of cancer. Quite interesting. There's a little Q&A section we've attached as well that sort of talks about how perhaps nitrates is not actually causing as much impact on cancer results as what we first thought. So all this information will be brought into the report we bring to Council probably later this year. Rural water, there's a section on that. It's just to remind us that we have in the last long-term plan set up a growth rate of $4,702 to allow further capacity in our rural supplies for growth of our communities. Work undertaken to date, all that's started and about to be started. We're upgrading a pipe work between Darfield and the Hartley's Road, that's the Mountain Hills rural water supply. So Cyclone's doing that work and they've got that underway. A new bore's been drilled in Darfield and we found a good source of water there, which is pleasing. It has been hard to find water in Darfield in previous years. We have got a project to install additional water storage on the Horata supply, and that tender's been out and been approved, so that's work's underway. And last but not least is the transfer of some water from our water race intake just on the Selwyn River further upstream to our Horata water intake, which will provide a lot more capacity for that supply, and that feeds the Horata township. Next on the list is a section on growth. And I'll rattle through this pretty quickly, but just you guys know this, there's been a lot of private plan changes being submitted to Selwyn District Council of recent times, and there's a list there of all the plan changes that we've been busy writing evidence for recently, and I've got a whole lot more due this week to write, so that's what I'll be doing after this meeting. It's relentless how many private plan changes which are coming through. An update on over the page, New Zealand Defence Force, so their connection to Pines is imminent. It's probably going to happen tomorrow if the weather behaves itself. So that's the connection of the Burnham military camp through to our Pines wastewater treatment plant. So that's been a long process of negotiations and construction of pipe works, but that's come to fruition. There's an update on our KO application status, which is basically we've had no response from the organisation yet, but once we do, we'll let you know what the update is. I'm not sure if your reports have a slight text movement going on here, but my one certainly does, and I'll do my best to read it. But one of the updates of our growth in Rolleston is the South Rolleston Development Agreement we're looking at preparing. So there was an application by Hughes Developments Limited for the Farrington Southwest and Southeast development, and that's been granted by the expert consenting panel under the COVID-19 Recovery Fast Tracking Consenting Act 2020. So that's going to provide a lot more capacity for our housing market, but it's also putting a bit of pressure on us to make sure that we get all this infrastructure installed in time to service them. So in our master plan for the long-term plan, which was done a number of years ago now, we have got planned some major pump stations along Selwyn Road, sewage pump stations, and also water main extensions. So those works will need to be brought forward to service those new developments, and then we report to council next meeting. The last part about growth is the Starfield wastewater, and that's even harder to read, but it's just to note that once we acknowledged or once we had advertised that we're putting this wastewater pipeline into Darfield, the amount of growth queries we've had is almost overwhelming. It's almost weekly we're getting developers ringing up saying, I'm now wanting to develop my land, and when can I join up to your wastewater system? So that's really encouraging and positive. It really has unlocked a lot of growth potential, and I can see Councillor Mugford nodding his head, so he knows it's definitely, and there's a bit of pressure too, I have to say, from developers now who for a long time haven't wanted to develop, but now they want to develop and they want to develop yesterday. So just give you a heads up on that. I will now hand over to Murray Washington, who will read through our Three Waters Reform and Water Services Bill sections, and then over to Elaine for the last part of our reports.
Kia ora. Thank you, Murray. Three Waters Reform, I won't comment on that. You know that very well. With the Water Services Bill, it's achieved royal assent, so it's now the Water Services Act. Basically, as from my report of a month ago, it gives Te Mata Arawai quite considerable powers, particularly in insurance compliance and monitoring of drinking water, wastewater and stormwater. Te Mata Arawai at this stage believe they'll be up and operational before the end of the year. And that's probably all I need to say at this stage.
Awesome, thank you, Murray. So I'll now hand over to Elaine, and we're just going to do a quick shuffle of chairs, as I think we can probably do that reasonably efficiently.
Yeah, so I'll just touch on a few operational points mentioned at the end of section 3. Firstly, this week staff have been busy taking part in a trial for Te Mata Arawai of their online compliance portal, Hiri Korako. As a supplier with one of the largest numbers and most complex arrangements of sites, we're volunteered by the regulator to test run that. So we should have that done by the end of this week and find out what happens next. And then a couple of other things to highlight. Although it might not feel like it with today's weather, we're starting to look at the summer water demand, and so we've got a draft of that with staff. We'll hopefully have something to council for the next report. And also just a quick update on the Darfield pipeline. We now have over 3 kilometres of pipe laid with 4 different crews working on the scheme. So that's progressing well.
All right, so that's us then, so we'll pass back to you.
Great, thank you. There was a meeting that Te Mata Arawai presented on Monday, I think it was, or yesterday, talking about where they'll be set up and how they'll be running things. I think November the 15th was Bill Bayfield's date that he gave as the point in time he believes he'll be taking things over. Nitrates was a question that was raised in that meeting with him, and the responsibility of drinking water providers, but also regional councils to manage nitrates in water bodies. And I guess it's not clear cut exactly how that will be managed, but both obviously having quite a deep interest in it. I wonder, Murray, whether too we might be able to organise a site visit for councillors to the pipeline being laid. It's kind of quite hidden and out the back of site, but there was quite a high interest in the work that CPW did and the pipelines that now sit under the ground, and once they're covered up, it's kind of hard to get a visual on what's actually being done. And for those councillors who are interested, if we could look to have a site visit one morning, that would be appreciated. We've got Murray, Lemon, Alexander, Hassan, Mugford and Reid.
Thanks, Sam. Cheers, Murray and team. Just a quick question, Murray, and I'm hoping you're going to steer me in a direction I might be able to guide you in the direction I'd like you to advise me. Had a phone call the chair of the Eastern Land Drainage Committee suggesting that they needed to have a meeting to appoint someone to go onto the District Land Drainage Committee. Is that really necessary? Seems a lot of palaver to me to achieve that. Is it the expectation it'll just be the chairs of those committees attending that?
So, yep, I'd agree that the default option would be the chairs of those committee would be the logical first step.
I think I successfully steered you, or you've steered me. I don't know which it is, but I'm happy with that outcome. The other thing, very well, I've got you, and I don't expect to comment now because it's potentially commercially sensitive, but once we are able to catch up again in person a little more regularly, just to catch up with the Upper Ellesmere Water Race situation there. So yeah, just a heads up. I'd like Shane, I'd like to catch up with you sometime reasonably soon.
Perfect.
So we're going with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
And Mark, and then Deborah.
Thank you. First of all, on page 122, you note about the Burnham base connection to the Pines was going to go live early October. Has that gone live?
Yeah, so that early was probably optimistic, although we're not far off. It should be tomorrow. Tomorrow it should be going live.
Great.
It's just the weather. The weather's pushed us back just a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's just because I had a conversation about that with a resident just last week. So the pipeline, Sam, isn't hidden to those of us who actually live near to the route and are having to detour around it in the time being. So it's not quite as hidden as for some of us as others. Thirdly, and my final point really comes down to our reticulated water, either well water levels and or consumption rates would be helpful to see them published monthly, because as our consumption ramps up over the summer, it would be really useful to be able to point to the communities and say, look, here was your base level for the winter. You were using this much, and now we've come to the summer and you're using so much more. What are you doing with it? Because we know we're going to get the inevitable questions, particularly from our larger urban areas, of why can't I be able to water my lawn, wash my car, cook my dinner, do my washing at 6 p.m.
Yep.
Why does my water pressure go to nil at that point in time? So if we can, the more information we have to give to them to show why it is we're not providing a Rolls-Royce service at 6 p.m. on every summer night, the better that it is.
Murray, instead of answering just there, we'll just get the rest of the questions, and then if you can, we'll come back to you at the end of just keep the meeting flowing, if that's okay with you and Elaine. So Deborah's next, and then Bob and Nicole.
Thank you. My question is around the ESR nitrate question and answer report. While I appreciate the information that is in the report, and I do understand that nitrate is in our food and that adds to the consumption, my interest is the nitrate in our water supplies that may be being transferred or exchanged into our waterways. And I would like to understand a research paper, and I think you'll find there's some out there, with regards to the breeding ability of our biodiversity if the water is very high in nitrate. We seem to be caring about ourselves and justifying what level is suitable for ourselves, I guess, but we really need to understand the whole picture and we understand the environment.
Great, thank you, Murray. We'll take a note of that. We'll come back. Bob?
Yeah, just with the Hartley's Road water supply and such like, I understand that we're getting more water. What work have you done or will you be doing on getting the pipe sizes altered so this water could end up at some of the places that we need it? Because that's really, really important. It's the second part of the jigsaw. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Nicole?
So you've got, so you guys can hear me?
Yes.
I'm quite paranoid about it now. On page 122, you made reference to Kainga Ora application status. I'm not sure whether I've missed that. I don't know what that's about. So just wondering about that. Now, just going back to the piece about the nitrates in the groundwater. So it's good that you've included an excerpt out of that paper, but there's been a number of other people commenting on that it's 50% being funded by Fonterra, and so they're quite suspicious of what's come out through that report, and because pretty much it says that nitrates aren't really an issue. So I just want you guys to sort of keep that in mind, or whether there's another way you're going to be addressing that in the report. Nitrates and as I've brought up before, is quite a concern for our community, and particularly it has been for the Selwyn-Waihura Zone Committee and the number of people who've come to have their bore water tested and such like. So we need to be very careful about how we respond to these sorts of issues, because although we're not responsible for the individual bores around the district, we are responsible for our water supplies. And obviously Darfield particularly is at half MAV itself. So we need to be, I'm looking forward to seeing this report. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. Shane.
Kia ora, Murray and Elaine. Thanks very much for the report. I just want to commend Murray, first of all. Well done, Murray. This is the pinnacle, I guess, the height of your career at this stage. Connection going ahead tomorrow for the New Zealand Defence Force. Well done. Congratulations. First of all, you mentioned the South Rolleston development and bringing the infrastructure plan forward for that. And I guess that sort of sets a precedent for where I'm angling next. And in Leaston, we're looking at another 700 houses going up here over the next 3 years, and we've only got 60 connections left. The adoption of the pipeline is in place, and I think that's due out to about 23, 24. I guess there is some concern around the district with some of the developers at the moment. If we can get that to go ahead sooner, if there's a possibility we can, and hopefully there's some work that can go into that, we can get some of this development up quicker in time for what comes next. My second question is, Hine Korako, does that then give Taumata Arawai full access to, or oversight or insight into our systems and policies, procedures, but also what level of requirement does that mean for our staff, and just how is that managed? And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shane and Murray. Before him back to you, just that Shane's question around timing for the pipeline for Ellesmere. It would be good to have a bit of an update on that, because obviously the implications for Selwyn Huts and the other communities along the way sit in there, and we already know that we're on borrowed time as far as existing consent at Selwyn Huts being extended already, and the time that it might take to put a pipeline in. Needs some urgent confirmation of a work program and funding of it as well. So we'll hand back to Murray Washington, and then back to Murray and Elaine.
Sorry, Sam, excuse me. I just have one more question. So apologies for not putting that in there. And another concern in the community is just stranded communities, really. If we're moving ahead with this Three Waters reform, one of the communities is obviously Dun Sandal. So I'm hoping that report, some work can be done into connecting would be one of the largest, I guess, community left that will be left unreticulated possibly. So putting it out there.
Thanks, Shane. Murray and Elaine.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I just wanted to comment on the nitrates report. It's obviously with trepidation to some degree that we put reports onto agendas that aren't the whole story, and just cognizant that the responsibility for looking at all the nationally looking at the nitrate levels is with regional councils and the Ministry of Health. I can alert you that we're also providing information to a study that the University of Otago are doing, and they are looking at the trends in nitrates in our drinking water systems right back to our first measures. So that's looking back 20 years. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other reports. And as Murray mentioned before with the Becca work, we just really want to have a back pocket. If ever we have to remove nitrates from drinking water, we have to be cognizant of what that may cost. It's not a plan to do anything at this stage. It's just an awareness of what the cost would be. We know it's prohibitively expensive, but we just don't know by how much.
Awesome. All right. So I've got quite a list here. I'm not sure I've got everything down, but we'll do our best. And if you feel like we haven't answered your question, then I suppose we can mop that up at the end. So in terms of well levels, we're happy to update our well levels as part of the water demand strategy at the next council meeting, and we'll look at potentially having more of a monthly update on that, especially during the winter period, summer periods. The ESR report is Deborah's question, Q&A, nitrates in water, particularly the effect on ecological habitat and biodiversity in those rivers. We can have a look at that. I mean, our focus is probably in terms of the Becker report is on human consumption. Maybe this could be something that the District Land Drainage Committee can look at once they're formed, and that could be part of their work program. Rural water and pipe sizing. So the work we're doing joining Darfield up to the Melbourne Hills, that is to provide enough water to feed the townships of Holgate and Clean Tunnel. So we have done some work on that, and we'll be looking at developing some hydraulic models of those schemes to do that in more detail going forward. In terms of the KO report and the funding, that's for it's the infrastructure fast tracking type work. So that was for some road works at the Halpert site, but also some sewer works as well. So it's just those capital fast tracking type projects. In terms of the nitrate funding of the report, so the ESR report, yeah, we fully agree that it is 50% funded from the industry. And I suppose that's why we are getting an independent report from Becker, so we can have that without that perceived conflict. Capacity upgrades in the Ellesmere. So the Ellesmere wastewater pipeline is planned for the 3rd year of the LTP. There's no plans of bringing that forward. Basically, this next year will be sort of the planning developing year, and then the year after will be the construction year. But of course, that's for council to give us direction on. But that's the program so far. That program works in with our consents for upper sound huts and that timing. As long as we build it in that 3rd year of our LTP, well, then everything will tie in well. But like everywhere else in our district, we are experiencing a lot of growth in Leeston. We're about to. We've got resource consents in for subdivisions, which we thought will be stuck in for quite some time, but things seem to be freeing up, and we are getting a lot of movement in terms of growth going on there. In terms of Taumata Arawai, I'll get Elaine to talk about what the review process is, but it's fair to say that reporting won't reduce. Reporting will in fact increase going forward, and be a lot more stringent views and eyes looking at that. But I'll pass on to Elaine about what this trial does, and if it does, what the impact is on staff.
So at the moment, the trial does take the information that DHB currently have on their drinking water online system and transfers that into Taumata Arawai system. And initially, the trial is just to check that the information has transferred okay, that it works with all our supplies. We can look at adding additional supplies and how we would tie in future compliance information and drinking water safety plans. They don't have any more information than we previously gave the DHB, but like Murray said, in future it will contain a lot more. Hopefully that answers the question.
And then the last one I had here was Dunsandel wastewater. So we don't have a work program to look at that at this stage, or funding to do so. So I suppose that's a request through the CEO from councillors if they want us to look at that, and then we can look at programming that in if that's what council wants us to do. I think that covers it, Sam. If I pass back to you.
Thanks, Murray, for that. I wonder whether the major project in the pipeline, Leeston and Selwyn Huts, as far as knowing the program of works, but also the financing and funding of that, whether there's a future reports that, I mean, the reports that currently come to audit and risks involve those major projects, and sort of a more detailed look at where that sits, and so whether that's the appropriate place for that project to now move to. I'm just, we might not be quite up to that stage yet, but I would like to see that same level of detail and analysis provided that those other major projects have for us. Kelvin, you might have a view on that and how that reporting is going to sit. Sophie, you've got a question as well, and then I'll jump back to Kelvin.
Yeah, it's my question. I was really excited that there's going to be a report, by the way, about the nitrates and stuff. It'd be good to find out exactly where we're sitting there. But my question was more to do with the water demand management type thing, and just wondering, you know, every so often it comes around about trying to support people to use less water, particularly in summer. Did we ever think or cost out what it would be to maybe incentivize people buying rainwater butts or something like that you can quite easily fit at home? Because, you know, in summer, a lot of it is about that whole garden proud thing and just trying to you know, get away from the water intensive gardening and well, it wouldn't necessarily help with the lawns and your pop-up irrigation or whatever else, but just, you know, something that can help people do rather than just saying stop watering your garden. Or
Yep, no, we can definitely look at that. I'm probably a wee bit of a naysayer in terms of rainwater harvesting, so I put that up front. The problem we've got here, and well, particularly for Rolleston, where we have the most, we have the big peaks in demand, is that we've got free draining soils, we've got low rainfall comparatively speaking, and the rainfall doesn't always happen when we want the water to be there. And so I'm not sure what the rainfall depth is here in Rolleston, probably about 600 mils. If we're in Arthur's Pass with 4 metres of rainfall a year, then that would be quite good. But with sort of the 600-700 mils of rain we have in Rolleston, by the time you start using it, the first few days, it disappears. And relatively speaking, and I'm probably wish I didn't say this, but you know, water is still quite cheap, and so the cost of buying a rainwater tank compared to a cubic metre of water, the economics don't quite work out. Our process for water demand management, we're actually quite lenient in terms of our restrictions. A lot of councils will go straight to, you know, watering every alternative days or no watering of lawns quite early on, but we sort of transition from actually, can you just irrigate your lawns during these hours, not those hours? And so we allow people to keep their gardens looking nice and green, but we just want to do it during the off peak hours. And then we move into alternative days, and then we head onto hand watering, et cetera, So we do have quite a lenient demand management strategy. As long as people keep to that strategy, then we can get through. Feel like a team of 5,000 each going on here, but it's yeah.
Just thinking, you know, because your report says that the above average temperature days are going to go up, likely to be high over summer, and rain is likely to be down over summer. And I know, you know, the best time to put a water bed in is actually probably now. Today, I probably could have filled 3 of them. But yeah, it's going forward, not necessarily just thinking about this summer. There's all the other summers that are coming, and they're going to get hotter. So,
no, that's good. We can do some work in this demonstrate, how that would work.
Right, thank you. Kelvin, do you know to touch base on the major project reporting and where those larger water projects might sit?
Sure, Sam. No, you were correct. That is an intent. They will be coming to audit and risk. We're just preparing getting ready for the first report on that to come back. Just closing out a couple of matters, but that, along with some roading projects and town centre, etc., they will all be coming through the audit and risk committee. Great.
And I just want to test that comfort level with councillors around that work stream the audit and risk is doing. It means it works well, and the people that are there have eyes over it and good questions are asked and checked. But it does mean that for the rest of councillors, it doesn't necessarily land here at the full council in the same way that maybe our financial reports previously have. Are people okay with that as a process, or is there any extra reporting that they'd like to see following audit and risk meetings? Also acknowledging that Annalisa as chair is now independent, and it's not just Murray piping up with some views from the chair, which was easier to manage last time. Councillor Miller, and then Sophie and Deborah.
Just requiring clarity about those comments, Sam. In the past, all those decisions have been recommendations of A&R coming back to council for approval, so we'd still see all the documentation, I'm assuming, and have the chance to re-question.
Yes, before any decision making, I guess it's just that at the moment a lot of the reporting, which is for information, is sitting there, and the discussion sits there, which it's not inappropriate. It's just what level of info do councillors as a whole wants to see. But your decision making still sits at full council.
Particularly those large scale infrastructure projects, they need, in my view, they need the whole council to be on board. Small or minor projects we're doing a bit here and a bit there, it's not an issue, but the bigger stuff, I think we need to have our eyes on it. Great, thanks, Grant. Sophie?
Pretty much the same as what Grant was going to say. Just, I mean, it's all. It's not that I don't trust the audit and risk guys, but it'd be nice to know that if you question it when it comes to a full council meeting, that you don't get told. But we've already decided it as a subcommittee, and what's the point in having a subcommittee if you're going to make questions? But sometimes, some of these big ones, it would be good to know that you can actually have a questioning conversation.
Great, thank you. Deborah?
Thank you. Just a couple of issues with what's been raised. the World Health Standard for nitrate is 11.3.
Sorry, Deborah, just before we jump into that nitrate space, can I just confirm then that we will look at that reporting from audit and risk and just ensure that where we sit is appropriate. And David and Kelvin, you've heard the discussion here, and I see both your hands are raised, so we'll come back to that at the end. But just before we jump into nitrates or somewhere different, was there anything on that reporting piece that anyone wanted to cover? And then Deborah, I'll come back to you. So
okay, no, my concern is that with regards to all of these plan changes and connections that are coming through, and the fact that we have looking at Selwyn, 3050 with population of say 300,000 people. My question, which aligns with the nitrate question, is when are we going to actually start looking at some more land to actually undertake and meet our obligations with the World Health Standard with regards to nitrate? I'm just conscious of the fact of if we don't plan now for land while it's available, we will miss out, and we will have to implement a really costly system that has to try and extract nitrate before it's even taken out of the system. So I'm just highlighting the issue that you can't plan for plan changes and everyone else connecting on without actually looking at the loading on the land that is currently there and the downstream problems. Thank you.
great, thanks. If the next few speakers could focus on thinking about this reporting piece, and then we'll come back to any other matters around water, would be helpful. I think the nitrates, it's good that Murray and the team have brought that in front of us, but we've got to remember that World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health New Zealand are doing a lot of work in this space, and we should make sure that we're aligned with their work and understand its implications locally, which I think is what the piece is going to do. But we don't have to be fighting that battle independently of all the other research that's going on at the moment. And the Ministry of Health is looking at all of the international research that's gone on and has been asked to go quite deep into that. So although having a report on today's agenda is good to share the information that we have, we will be basing our decisions on what the Ministry of Health advises given that report back. So Malcolm and Murray, do you want to talk about reporting? And Nicole, I think, did as well. And then David and Kelvin, I'll jump to you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Sam. I concur with Grant's comments. I'm happy with the level where it is, but for larger projects, we all need to be over it. Common sense.
Thank you. Murray?
Yeah, Sam, just you sit ex officio on the audit and risk. That is the work stream of audit and risk, and they've confirmed that is their work stream. So that will continue regardless of what full council wants. The chair and the committee have made that decision. Anyone can attend those meetings and be up to speed with what's being discussed, and we only make a recommendation to full council. So there's a risk here that we're going to end up double reporting, and that's fine if full council want that. But I'm making the point that audit and risk will continue to have that whilst the chair and the committee decide to do that. The major projects is one of the major work streams of audit and risk. So we've got a danger here. We're going to be double dipping, but if that's what full council want, that's fine. I'm just saying it's one item on the council agenda I won't have to reread.
Great, thanks, Murray. Nicole, you had something you wanted to say?
I wondered if that was what Murray was going to say. Me as well. I can't understand. I can understand where the others think that they're missing out, but the information is all there, and it's actually quite a big agenda in itself. And whether they want that whole lot of stuff to come then through to the council agenda as well, it's I mean, it's really doubly going into the same things, but I'll go with whatever they want.
Cool, thank you. And that's just why I thought I'd raise it to check out, make sure we've got the temperature right. David and Kelvin?
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple process. The role of audit and risk is to oversee financial and project management matters. Decision making is clearly with council, and that decision making is in two parts. The first one is acknowledging projects within a long-term plan or an annual plan, and the second one is when the awarding of contracts is done. That is not delegated to audit and risk. It sticks with council.
Thank you, Kelvin.
The only thing I was going to add to it is, look, I'm available any time to discuss any of those matters which go to audit and risk, so happy to talk and walk people through those at any time. So just making that off.
Thank you. Grant and Malcolm, your hands are both still up, or you'd like something new to say, Grant?
Sorry, Sam. No. I just all I wanted was confirmation that the status quo would prevail, and you've just confirmed that it will. So it's not a decision-making process. The recommendation comes to council, and you have a chance to have a crack at it then. So that's fine. So that's all I was checking.
Cool. Thank you. So 5 Waters monthly update that council receives the report. Is there any mover and seconder? Reid and Lyle. Any further questions or comments people want to make? All those in favour, please raise your hand. Anyone against? Speak up now. Declare it carried. And Murray, hand to you for the water race closures. Oh, Daniel, is it? Sorry, is coming in for water race closures? Yes.
Hi, everybody. So this report is requesting council to approve closure of 11 sections of stock water race, recommendation 1, and also to form a panel to hear and consider 3 other sections of water race. All these water race closures are publicly initiated and have been submitted by landowners or on behalf of landowners. Public consultation for each of these sections occurred during August, and in Appendix A on page 143 of the report summarises the races that went out for public consultation. During the public consultation, we received formal objections to 3 of the closures, and these are the 3 that will need to now go to hearing. The hearing is part of Council's closure policy, W107, and that's why we're requesting in recommendation 2 to form the hearing panel to hear those closures. And the hearing panel will need to report back to Council with recommendations regarding the closures, whether they close or proceed. Anyone have questions?
Thank you. Bob and Deborah down as the commissioners for that hearing. You're both happy to fulfil that role. Councillors are happy that those are the 2 members put forward.
Yes, I am.
Great,
Yes.
Thanks, Deborah. Any further discussion or questions that people have? No, I'd just say that there is some interest from those that have been involved in some of these closures, and they may contact councillors about wanting to meet and do other things. I think it's important that we allow the process to play out. So we're currently stepping through a public process, and that hearings panel can make those decisions and let people know. I just know that down Telegraph Road particularly, there's been a bit of discussion around the speed of the process and wanting other things to happen, but I think actually the hearing is the right way to go about that. Dan, that covers off that meeting that those down Telegraph Road had wanted if we move to this hearing stage today, yeah?
Yes, the hearing will cover the points that they want to discuss.
Great. Thank you. A mover and seconder then for this report, Mark Alexander and Sophie McInnes. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Thanks, Dan, for that. And Murray and Elaine, we'll say goodbye to you as well. Cheers. Tab 18 is recommendation around community centres, halls and libraries network plan. And Mark Reich is online. Mark, I'll hand to you to, we've read the report, but if you want to highlight any of the key parts in it, would be really helpful for the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. So today I'm bringing forward a report that's actually been a bit long in the production cycle. We actually started this last year in terms of development of the plan, but we wanted to make sure that it aligned with a lot of the other decisions and processes that were going on as well, and that included both the long-term plan development process and also the work that's been done on the community centres and hall community committees in terms of refocusing the management and governance approach to our community facilities. So we started out on this, and it really is a refresh of the original plan that was done in 2013, which was more of a strategic level plan. and that helped to guide the decision making after the earthquakes and the sort of rebuild of a lot of our facilities across the district. And as you see in the plan and both in the report, it acknowledges a lot of the achievements and improvements that have been made in that period, which includes the rebuild of facilities, a lot of the new ones that have either recently come on stream, like the Selwyn Sports Centre, Te Aratia, but also move to the district-wide funding approach and refocusing on in terms of governance and management as well. So, and also I think we're starting to see the facilities really managed on a network basis now, with programming and activation, centralised booking and all those sorts of things. So there's been some huge moves forward through that previous plan. The new plan is very much focused on a network basis. So it's looking at more at the individual facilities. And that was partly around trying to inform decisions in the long-term plan, so that we had the detail there to be able to make good investment decisions for the long-term plan, but also set the scene for the next 10 years in terms of where we're going with the facilities. This time round too, we included the libraries, and that's really to acknowledge that libraries are a key community space, quite different from what they were some years ago. They're really another place where activities and programs are delivered, people go for learning and social interaction. So it was important to recognise that and include those in the plan going forward. So as I said, we prepared a draft which went to a briefing session in July last year, got some feedback on that, and we got further feedback through the long-term plan process with the workshops and that occurred there, with the plan in terms of direction from council and where we were headed with it. So it's been through quite a process, and to get that sort of alignment with the long-term plan and with some of the other work that was going on in parallel with community committees, and also some of the operational changes and that have been made with the community centres and halls and libraries as well. So the new plan sort of picks up and reflects that. I think one of the sort of key messages that we got at that point was that that the council didn't want to do anything too drastic over the next few years, but wanted to look at the facilities in terms of monitoring and review, and so that we could provide some sort of framework for decision making going forward. The key outcomes are really around strengthening the relevance of the facilities, consolidating the hierarchy that we'd sort of built previously, and also the sort of geographic clusters as well. And that's to provide the sort of linkage and support for the facilities that are relatively close together. But also to identify some special purpose facilities and to balance the network with these. And that's already been happening with some of the other facilities that have recently been built, such as the Selwyn Sports Centre, even Lakeside Hall, which has got quite a sort of niche use to it. So rather than sort of have a lot of similar sorts of facilities, we're trying to look for a network that's going to be more diversified and have a whole range of different things that people can get use and enjoyment out of. So the sort of what's contained in the plan is a series of recommendations as well as some action points, and they're aimed at delivering those outcomes. And a lot of it's, as I said, is actually already in train. A lot of the recommendations in that are already happening. And the plan as it stands at the moment is really a vehicle to encapsulate that and provide a sort of clear path going forward and a framework for decision making as we move forward. Yeah, so that's where we sort of got to with it, and it's really the purpose of the report is for council to receive it and adopt the plan, the network plan. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Mark. Really good to have this report. I guess the challenge, if we adopt it today, is for council to stick by some decisions around strategic planning of facilities and the work that was done about 5 or 10 years ago. We have had varied success at sticking to some of the bigger strategic outcomes around what we build where. So that's a challenge certainly back to us at the moment. I was really pleased to see the decisions of the long-term plan included in here. So this isn't trying to undo or redo, the work that's been ongoing over the last 2 or 3 years in many places, but just enhances the decision making to date and also continues to look forward. On page 175, the investment decision making framework, I think, sets out some really good reasons why we would choose to build things in particular places. I think there's a couple of things missing that I would like to see added, and whether that, I don't think it needs to happen formally, but there's some feedback around some things that we need to think about. The idea of telling local stories, I think, needs to fit into why we build or how we build things in places, and particularly thinking about the storytelling that Te Ara Aotea now enables for our community. It'd be great to think that that same level of storytelling in its own way would be fit for purpose in any new facility that we build. It doesn't just have to be a white box built somewhere. And the same thinking about mana whenua involvement in both the purpose and the design of our builds, and understanding our history and the stories about the things that have been here. On page 176, you talked through the key implementation actions, and under 4, target council investment into community facilities with high use, i.e. moderate or greater levels of utilisation, or where use is increasing. I actually think we should be targeting our investment into the activation of facilities, so that we're not just trying to direct people to things that are actually working really well, but thinking through what are the facilities that we already have, where has the investment already been made, where are we seeing things across the district work well, and how could that be replicated or nuanced to fit a different circumstance in a different facility to require greater activation. And I think Denise sort of spoke about that a bit earlier, around the increasing use of particular places, or in most instances we're meeting our expectations on use, but actually we as council should be driving the use of these things that we've built for our communities. I think there's a lot of programs that could continue to be shared. And lastly, on the next page, key implementation actions, I guess under 15, this is where some of the facilities that might be included for review around declining use, diminished community value, unfit for purpose, significant cost requirements. There's a number of halls there that I mentioned, and this is where we're going to have to make sure that we don't try and have a conversation that's separated from the community. And if the community feels disjointed from what we're trying to do, even if it's our best intention, we need to rectify that. And the same situation that we've had with the representation review won't cut it, I don't think, with the community around their level of engagement or involvement around the change of use for facilities that have already been built. So we just need to be cognizant of that and thinking about how not only we think we're engaging, but communities feeling like they have been engaged around those decisions. And there's a few sort of things that to me jump out, thinking about Tawera and Sheffield Hall both being on that list. Well, we actually, my view, we need a community facility in that area of the district. Even both those towns are some kilometres away from one another, and you wouldn't want, well, I don't think you'd look at removing both of them. So the discussions need to not only think about what other facilities exist, but what other facilities are in a similar conversation if we're thinking about things changing. So, but overall, Mark, I think it's a good report, and it's very detailed, and I like that you brought in the libraries. Thinking about all the facilities council provides in the community is a really key part of trying to make strategic and whole of council decisions. So thank you for that. We've got Mark, Deborah, Murray, Sophie, and Grant.
Thank you. Great reporting. Thanks, Mark. But I'd like to focus on page 176 of the key implementation actions, item 7. If we're going to be planning for a new community facility in the south of Rolleston as Rolleston grows, we need to buy some land now. It's no good saying that we'll partner with these, perhaps with schools or other groups. If we don't have land, we won't have a facility. It's being chopped up for sections today. We need to get alongside one of the developers and say we need perhaps a hectare potentially for a community facility going forward, because otherwise we won't get it. Partnering with schools is a very limited opportunity because schools can be reluctant to allow a full community use of their facility after hours. They are limited by their own rules. and that doesn't always suit our communities. So I do support the call for a community facility in the south of Rolleston. Te Ara Atea and the Rolleston Community Centre are in the northern third of the Rolleston Township. And as the residential area grows to the south, we do need a facility there. The south of Rolleston will be bigger than most of our other townships, but we need to get land today. Just like we've secured our future for reserves planning by buying the large-scale park some years ago, we need, if we're serious about building a community facility in the south of Rolleston, we need to secure the land sooner, not later. Otherwise, we'd have to buy it as individual sections, and we've seen what ridiculous prices they're selling for. So I would urge staff to bring a further report back to council on how we're going to secure the land and land bank it for such a facility. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And Mark Rikers, I'll come to you at the end. I'll just gather all the comments and questions that councillors have and then look back. Deborah.
Just want to say good point, Mark. The way that growth is integrating with Rolleston to the south and Springston and Lincoln, I can see that they will just be suburbs in another 10 years of each other. The question that I have is around facilities on our reserves. Are they not included in this report, or is that going to be a future report? I'm thinking of the facility at Springston Domain, that is not the hall. Where is that sitting in this plan? And I don't know if there's any others in a similar situation with regards to having a reserve facility, a large reserve facility that can be used.
Great, thank you for that, Deborah. Murray?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Firstly, Mark, fantastic report. They always are great reports from you, and a lot of thought and time and effort's gone into it. Just thinking it would be really good, assuming we adopt this in the recommendations, to flick that out to all of those committees, and as Deborah's just said, even the reserves, the ones that the committees that we've essentially dissolved as committees of council, would be really good for as part of a PR side of things, to get that out to people to show that there is a really clear direction. And I know they can read the agenda, but very few people do, for obvious reasons. 300 pages, you're probably not going to sit there and read all of that, are you? Or even be aware that it's in the agenda. So I think that would be great. As far as, I'm sorry, I haven't got the page reference in front of me, I've just been searching desperately to find it. But the consideration about divestment of assets, should we decide that they're no longer fit for purpose as part of our network, I support the idea of that, and it was one of the points I made when we adopted district-wide rating, the fear that we would, just close facilities up, particularly rural facilities. But we do need to be very careful that we've done a full analysis of that we're not just getting rid of assets with, lots and lots of ratepayer dollars, without a proper analysis of whether that's the right decision to make, both fiscally and from a community perspective. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Murray. Sophie.
Kia ora, Mark. Thank you very much for your report. Just making some notes. I love that you've got the Edge Connector mention in there, even though it's not technically a built facility. It is a wonderful service, I guess. And yeah, it does a great job of connecting up some of the smaller communities. Regarding the small ones, the small halls that are listed there as, to bear in mind for potentially handing back to the community or anything. I was just wondering, have you guys had a chat with Al Lorne or anybody from Civil Defence about how that might impact their ability to respond in emergencies? I mean, if in theory, if it goes back to the community, then it's still available as an area, but depending on what actually happens there, I'd hate for there to be something where you need a hall and there's no hall. And picking up the Southern Rolleston idea as well, just a thought is, yes, I agree with Mark that we need to make plans, with Councillor Alexander Mark, not Mark Rikers, that we need to make plans for some land there. But at the same time, is there a possibility of making use? I know that, you know, because most of these outline development plans include an activity centre, and a lot of the time that is a single-storey commercial building. Not that I would like to be paying commercial rents or anything, but is that something that we could try to incorporate into one of those as a second story, or, you know, just part of the build, rather than having a whole separate building, extra carbon embedded and all that sort of thing. If it's in the middle of the community because it's part of where the shops are as well, and where a reserve might be, then, you know, is that a possibility to do it a little bit differently? Thanks.
Thank you, Sophie. Grant.
Thanks, Mark. It's I suppose for those of us who've been around a while, this report looks suspiciously familiar to us. Unfortunately, you and Dave must get quite frustrated because we've sort of got on a bit of a, using Sarah Walters, we've used the sheep all over the place, the councillors, and we've got to a similar position, and starting again, you have another crack. But no, I support where you're going. One of the things I think is probably not strongly stressed enough is the role of the MOE in this, and particularly the amount of good facilities that are held within Selwyn, which we can't access or for want of a better word, are unable to from a cost point of view. I think, you know, particularly referencing the Rolleston High School, I think that's a real fail. And post-earthquake, there was a lot of MOE facilities that were open a lot of the time, and you're really allowing us to use those, which are our facilities. We are taxpayers. And now they seem to be back in that mode of school facilities only, and don't go there, which not in all places, but certainly there's a large portion of that, and they seem to be very jealous of letting us in there. So I'd suggest that we want to follow that up. But I guess I sort of support Deborah's call on the reserve facilities, particularly looking at Sheffield and Kirwee and Springston. What role do they have? And we seem to have had a focus on moving our halls onto reserves, and where there's a double up in some communities, you know, maybe we should pick a winner and put some bang into the buck. And it sort of leads into Rolleston, really, I suppose, is do you keep building more facilities in Rolleston in different places, or do you just centralise your effort and make whatever you've got really good where it is? So I guess that might be part of the conversation as well. So that's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Grant. Shane.
Kia ora, Mark. Thanks very much for the report. I think most of my comments or questions have been covered, and whilst the report seems to sort of point towards the centralisation, I think I agree with Mark around the planning aspect of South Rolleston, and also how we are actually looking at planning that. And I'm just looking through the report now. It mentions clusters, but doesn't really mention walking distance, cycling distances, population requirements, and how, when we plan for new facilities, we justify where those facilities are going to be based on particular population. So that was sort of something that jumped out at me initially around Mark's comments around a South Rolleston community centre. But I guess whilst we're doing that, it's important to reflect on the revenue to OPEX, as was pointed out before. And whilst we're looking to build new community centres or bits and pieces, it does get quite expensive. Support Deborah's comments around some of these reserve facilities, and I can think of one immediately right now, and support Councillor Lemon's comments on page 174 around divesting council-owned facilities. And whilst this report particularly focuses on the community facilities, I'm thinking about ex-commercial facilities, pits and all that type of thing. I don't know whether that comes through in another report, but at some stage we're going to have to look at all of those types of facilities, identify the risk and how long we continue to either support or continue to have those to be used. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shane. Deborah?
Sorry. Can't miss a chance to go by. Just to let you know that it's a community facility for sports clubs that's actually on the reserve at Springston, that was actually built by the community fundraising and in conjunction with some development contributions that came through from council. It's was a precedent basically for how other buildings like at Taitapu and Dunsandel were actually built to save ratepayers a lot of money. I wasn't saying take one of those out of the scenario. I was saying that with regards to the growth, and given that the Springston domain backs onto the Gammock estate, And the Gammock Estate is the only piece of land, as it currently is, that separates Rolleston from Springston and from Lincoln University Dairy Farm. And I want to highlight that because that's very, very important, because many of you may not know, but that situation has gone to the High Court, and that land is now freed up to be, I guess, developed sometime in the future with regards to the High Court decision for the trustees. And I think we need to consider now, with regards to that large tract of land, where our growth is going to go, and utilising facilities that are already there to the best of our ability instead of building new ones. Thanks, Sophie.
Thanks, Deborah. Our strategic planning and spatial planning work is at a workshop next week. Ben and Ben are bringing it before on Friday next week. The Greater Christchurch Partnership is meeting to talk through that spatial plan for the wider area. So those conversations are certainly happening. Mark, I'll hand back to you to talk about things that have been raised, and you'll be aware of the number of reserves that have other facilities on them. Grant listed a few before, Glen Tunnel as well, with small sort of community-owned facilities that aren't necessarily fit for purpose going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll start off just with in order of the questions that were posed. So yeah, I take the point about telling the local stories and including that. I think that's something that we can add into the report, and including that about the role of mana whenua. We have covered it to some degree, particularly with the new Leaston proposed facility, which is very much like that. So certainly with any new facility, those sort of things will be incorporated and integrated right into the planning process from the very start. The point about activation of all facilities rather than just the ones that are high or moderate use, it actually does pick that up in more detail in the report. If you go into the tables at the back where it's talking about each of the facilities, it actually says there's opportunities for activation, and that's not just, in fact, probably more of a focus on the ones that are low use at the moment, and trying to build some more activation in those through programs and through sort of reach out programs and that sort of thing. So we'd certainly pick that up in the report. The point about if we are going to lose any facilities, that we need to undertake proper engagement, and that's certainly acknowledged in the plan itself, that we need to go through a very detailed and comprehensive engagement process with those communities and involve them whenever those sort of decisions are made. And there will be a significant and comprehensive process just leading up to that anyway, in terms of making any, getting to that point where we decide that there is facilities no longer needed in the network, and there's some criteria around that which are actually listed in the report in terms of the declining use, the large amount of expenditure, and those sorts of things. So yeah, that's certainly covered, I think. The South Rolleston one, so that's an interesting one in that with all the plan changes that we've got on at the moment, we have actually identified already a potential location for that in one of those plan change areas with a reserve that's, I think it's plan change 70 off the top of my head. There's a large reserve area that's shown in that plan change, which is about 2.5 hectares, which is also adjacent to a neighbourhood centre. So I've actually asked that question around freeing up some of that land that's set aside for the reserve that next to the neighbourhood centre that could be set aside for a community facility. So we're certainly thinking about that in terms of every opportunity that's coming up at the moment to look at where there's potential for that South Rolleston facility to be located. Bearing in mind that all of that, just about all of that land's already been purchased by developers around the place. So we're looking at other mechanisms in terms of how we can make that happen. The question around the facilities that are on reserves. So we've left those out currently, but we will be bringing some further information to council around the reserves themselves later on in terms of all of the facilities that are located on the reserves. They do play some role in terms of meeting community requirements, but they're very much focused on supporting the active recreation spaces as well. So they have a sort of a dual role. Some of them are also used for social events and those sort of things as well. But and there's a number around the place, which are sports pavilions. The one at Springston, there's one at Kirwee. Some of them we don't own. They're actually owned by the community, so we haven't included those, although we're actually just going through the process at the moment in terms of trying to work out ownership and how some of these things came to being in the first place. So there will be some additional work coming to you on that in the not too distant future. I think Councillor Lemon mentioned just again about that careful analysis and decision making before any divestment, and certainly, as I said before, there'll be quite a significant process that we'll go through before we get to that point. Civil defence. So yes, we have considered that in terms of our decision making, bearing in mind that we're just providing some indication and recommendations in the report at the moment. If some of those facilities that do have a civil defence in terms of emergency response function, then we'll look at alternatives. So they're identified in the plan, and we have talked to the civil defence people here around the needs going forward and what the particular level of requirement is. So we have thought about that. The role of the MOE. So yeah, that's always a tricky one, because Rolleston College, as Councillor Miller pointed out, was a fail. We had actually intended to try and get community use of that facility. The fact that it was a public-private partnership build, that's meant that it's the community have been priced out of that. But there is still the opportunity as we go forward to try and get some more leverage with facilities that are provided by the Ministry of Education. So I think there's still an opportunity there, and we'll certainly be following that up. And a lot of the existing schools around the place, like Lemonwood and West Rolleston School, their hall facilities are actually used by the community for various things. So there is, there is some traction in that area, but I think it's been acknowledged it's not an easy way to go. I think in terms of any planning for any new facilities that was raised by Councillor Appiah, there is a needs assessment process that we go through. So before any decisions made, there's quite a thorough needs assessment process that we follow through, and that looks at all sorts of things in terms of growth and demand in population and that sort of proximity to other facilities, both council provided and private provided. So there is a process around those. So I think I've covered everything. If I haven't, just let me know.
That's really good, Mark, and a lot of it, as you say, is covered in the report, but it's been good to highlight some of the key issues that councillors understand today. So do a mover and seconder for the report, Bob and Nicole. Thank you. And there's two recommendations there: receives the report and adopts the network plan. And Mark, thank you for thinking about the wee nuance pieces that we look to include there as well. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Anyone against, please speak up now. Declare it carried. Thank you, Mark. We now move to Register of Documents signed and sealed. It's page 227 of today's report, tab 19. And there was a conflict of interest raised earlier. I think that Sophie won't take part in this, and I should have mentioned earlier too, Councillor Murray Lemon didn't take part in the water races discussion. Sorry, did someone move that? Did I see a hand go up? Yeah, Murray and Jenny, great. And Grant, would you like to say something?
Just raising from our annual plan discussions, and I think it's come up in the LTP as well twice now, about the potential to start forward planning their district-wide park and actually planting trees. And I just see there's a lease re-signed for the partnership that leases it. I hope that we took into account the ability to actually take some ground and start planting those trees from that lease, and if not, why not?
Douglas, you were online. Are you there? Did you hear that question?
Just have to drop you a note on that item there, unless Mark, you've got any knowledge of the lease amendment there.
No, I haven't got any knowledge of that. No.
So Douglas, you'll follow that up with us?
Yes, I will. I'll drop your note out by the end of the day.
Thank you. Any other questions on this report? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Before we move into PX, and we've got a couple of reports there, I'd just like to remind everyone that we've currently trying to lift the number of people that are vaccinated in Selwyn, in Canterbury and in New Zealand to enable ourselves to get to a much more freer space over the coming summer. This will be important for our hospitality, our events, our tourism businesses, and lots of other spaces. I respect people's right to make a decision for themselves and their family, but I'm certainly encouraging everyone to get vaccinated. I had my second shot yesterday, and yeah, it's a wee bit I could feel it in my arm today, but I'm just doing my bit to support the public health effort of the DHBs and our nation to try and get our economy moving again this coming summer. So just encourage everyone to think about this coming Saturday, Super Saturday, and the ability to have the vaccine. If you haven't had your first shot, you can get that without an appointment and just rock up. And if you've had your first shot more than 3 weeks ago, you can have your second shot. So 90% for Canterbury is just another way of presenting that. That brings us to the end of our public part of this meeting. So kind of a resolution to move into public excluded. Thank you, Nicole and Jenny. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Anyone against, speak up now. Declare it carried. Thank you to everyone for joining us today. If you've been live streaming this event, as I said earlier, hopefully we'll be in person as a council next time, but we'll continue with a stream for the public. And we'll just now give a couple of minutes for that stream to close before we move into the PX item. Douglas has a couple of people joining us too. So
Sam,
recording, yes.
As we have a couple of external parties